Mortals! Mortals, I'm aghast, mortals. I'm aghast. What else can I say but I am aghast? I'm late! Had I a blade, I would commit seppuku. I wouldn't die from it, but it would be a suitable gesture. I have made you wait. I'm 30 minutes late. How terrible of me. Simply will not do. Will not do at all. Drat. But we shan't focus on it, mortals. We shall focus on the positive and not the negative. And the positive is that we are here, mortals, to do more dice irae. Amentes. So, we shall all be descending into hell once more. And I wouldn't have... There are no better mortals to do so with. So, a recap for last time. It was about like 7-8 hours. So a lot went down. We were introduced to many characters. What appears to be the other heroines. And at the end of it, our protagonist, Ren, finally got sucked up in the world of the paranormal by having a fight with these German Nazi supernatural super soldiers. They're magic. And anyway, we got through all that without dying, and also it appears that we may have killed somebody while somebody else was piloting our body. So there is that. So now our daily life is kind of corrupted and tainted, and we'll see how this affects things. But we're simply going to dive into it, mortals, and as we know, we shall load the save. Kasumi's still our best. Look at her. And know that I'm telling the truth. Alright.
Hadaka de, しかも穴から上半身だけ出して、すごい寝相ですね、君は。何やってんのよ、マジで。
Well, Kasumi, it's honestly better if you don't know that. I mean, really, mortals. It really is better if she doesn't know that. That's a bit of a leap.
じゃあなんで裸？
暑かったんだよ。
あんた寒がりだって言ってたじゃない。
熱っぽくてな。
嘘、本当に
？Seemed like that was the wrong answer.
言われてみればなんか本当に顔色悪いね。熱測る？
Ah, Kasumi, you're so kind. So kind. I'd say Ren doesn't deserve it, but he's been through an awful lot recently. Pamper him all you like. On the other hand, Kasumi looked more perplexed than worried. I tried putting on a brave face, but it wasn't going well. I wasn't expecting that stupid lie to actually fool her.
今日は休んだ方がいいんじゃない？病み上がりなんだし、無理するのは良くないよ。
大丈夫。
It was true that I would have physically appreciated taking the day off, but I didn't feel I could just hole myself up in my room. I needed something normal to erase the abnormal experience I went through yesterday.
行くよ、俺。日数やばいし。
Huh. Hold on, let me just... Something more like this for volume? Wait, no, it's fine if the voices are a bit higher.
そんな1日2日で危なくなるほどシビアな出席日数だっけ？
Is he?
っていうかあんた学校嫌いなんじゃ。
別に嫌いじゃない。好きでもないけど。
He wants his normality back. But right now, I kinda needed it. See? Holding my head, I attempted to stand up, but... Feeling lightheaded, I ended up collapsing on my bed. Unbelievable. I couldn't even do something that simple. Con Carmine! Railroad. Con Carmine. It's good to see you. You've only just started. Kasumi is pampering.
決まりだね。あんた今日は休みなさい。
Because for some reason, after a massive knock-up, in which Ren was seriously injured, he can't, get up to go to school.
なんだったら私も休んで看病とかしてあげよっか。ほら、おかゆとか作って、あーんみたいな。
Oh, Ren, you... Mortals, I understand that we have been dragged into some sort of supernatural, paranatural secret war that does involve magic Nazis. And that we may have also killed someone. And that's all very important. But what is also important is the fact that Kasumi is wife material. Because, I mean, just look at that. Look at it. Simplicity itself, Kasumi is wife material. There's no need for any other views on it.
ちょっと何よ。
It's the
嫌なら嫌って言いな
truth
さいよ
of the
ね。
universe as seen by my all-seeing eye.
いや、
うわ、何こいつ本当に言ったよ。ありえね
Everything is worth if you have a childhood friend tomboy to look after you. True. That's a jackpot and a half.
違う、そうじゃなくて。
I found myself seriously conflicted for a moment. Since I couldn't move, I wondered if having her around would be safer. But that was a mistaken conclusion. It was morning, so Kasumi would be in less danger around all the everyday people commuting to school and work. So Ren's brain, immediately after being exposed to any kind of danger that screws with his natural life, has immediately gone to the place of, I must make sure that Kasumi is the safest at all times. Good on you, Ren. You're finally being a man. Like how you didn't want her to worry about the whole you vomiting thing. It was better than her being alone with me in this place, at the very least. I couldn't allow myself to take advantage of her goodwill.
学校には行く。だけどすぐには無理そうだから、先行っててくれ。
大丈夫なの？そんなんで。
大丈夫。
That was all I could say, but I had to force myself to do so. Now that I'd said it, I couldn't turn back. Yeah, before he was kind of just taking his everyday life for granted. Now it's really important to him. So he's treating Kasumi a lot better.
多分昼までには行けると思う。
Ren appears to be...
他人には
It appears
適
to
当
be
に
the
言っといて
case
くれ。
that Ren is a man when it counts. That's very important.
わかった。じゃあ早く来ないと私を襲ってきたから KO しちゃいましたって言うからね。
ああ、好きに言いふらしてくれ。
In reality, that wasn't all that different from what actually happened. I mean, I think there's a bit of a difference, Ren. I think there's a bit of a difference. But now that I thought about it...
テレビで何かやってたか。
どういうこと？
だからあれだよ。
A murder.
昨日もやっぱりあったのか。
Kasumi idly cast down her eyes. Well, that was only natural. I didn't exactly ask in a good way.
今日はまだ報道されてなかったね。犯人も昨日はお休みだったんじゃない？
そうか。
So the body really did vanish. Wrestling with a number of complex feelings, I heaved a sigh.
このまま二度と起きなきゃいいのにね。そしたらみんなも。
そうだな。
Kasumi didn't, or rather no one aside from me and those three psychos knew about what happened last night. She didn't need to know. So, we did kill someone last night, but I don't think it was the same person as the all the previous killings, because those were just decapitations. Or actually no, the bodies might have been injured in more ways, in which case it totally was us. But I thought they were just decapitations. But when we killed someone and we saw it, it was way more cuts. At the very least, it was probably best to keep it locked away in my heart until I felt ready to tell her. Even if I were to confess right here and now, no one would believe me without the body as proof. Not to mention the obvious question of how I made such a huge mess without any weapons. There was still a part of me that considered last night to have been a dream, or rather, a part of me that desperately wanted to believe that.
手間取らせて悪かった。お前も遅刻しないうちに行った方がいいぞ。
了解。じゃあそっちも早く後追ってきなさいよ。
わかった。
覇気がない。
うざい。早く行け。
Oh. Bit of a blip there. I drove Kasumi out of the room with a wave of my hand. I felt dizzy from raising my voice, but it wasn't enough to wear me out. I had to be stout-hearted. I didn't know how, but my wounds had healed, so this was probably mostly in my head. I mean, they did say that you still need to go to a doctor, right? Rusalka didn't heal you fully. With that said, though,
かすみのやつ、やけにあっさり引いたよな。
she's worried about you. She was quite fond of preaching, meddling in others' affairs, and was a complete worrywart. But it did truly come as a shock that she simply did as she was told without offering any complaints.
まあ、いいか。
A girl's biorhythms were too complicated for a guy like me to understand, as fickle as the autumn sky. They are a bit of a mystery. But not in this case. In this case, it's fairly obvious. Anyway, I needed to recover my strength. And with that in mind, I decided to rest for a while. Though I felt drowsy, sleeping was the last thing I could allow myself to do. Just as that thought drifted through my mind, We're talking about the guy that, when he got smashed up before, he just walked out of the hospital when he was healed instead of waiting for Kasumi to pick him up. I don't think Ren cares an awful lot, too much about his own body. And so I ended up staying still for about 4 hours. My condition was a far cry from what could be called a full recovery, but the nauseous feeling in my chest had settled down. I had a headache from a lack of sleep, but I kept ignoring it. But yeah, he should go. He was literally told, go to the hospital. If I left for school now, I could probably make it before lunch break, although I couldn't remember what classes I was supposed to have in the afternoon. Enduring my dizziness, I changed into my uniform and went outside. You're gonna collapse before you reach it. It was cold. Goosebumps began to cover my entire body, but not due to the temperature. The scenery I should have considered familiar felt terribly off for some reason. Those freaks still lurked somewhere within this city. That thought alone made me see my normal route to school in a completely different light. My fear towards those mysterious unknown beings began to cast an ominous filter over my world. In any case, I needed to hurry on over to school. On my way, I debated whether or not to go through the park, but in the end, I decided to take a detour. I didn't want to go anywhere near that place right now. I walked with a faster pace than usual, but as my condition forced me to take a few breathers along the way, 4th period had already ended by the time I arrived at school. Though maybe this was just the right time to arrive fashionably late. With the school bell still chiming in the background, I spotted a familiar face come out through the gates. Himuro? Seeing her safe filled me with relief. You're damn right! After they threatened the church yesterday, I was super worried about you, Himuro. Still, I wondered what she was doing here. After a few moments, Himuro took notice of me as well.
こんにちは。今頃来たの、藤井君。
She wore the same old poker face as always. Was she going home?
ピンポン。私帰るところ。残念だけど、入れ違いだね。
She's going home early. Looks like my thoughts were written all over my face.
先輩、体調でも崩しましたか？
それは君の方じゃないの。顔、真っ白だよ。
Perceptive. Really? I couldn't exactly tell, but I wouldn't be surprised if it turned out to be true.
とっても美人。やつれた方とか、色っぽい。
You have good taste, Himuro. They are. I mean, personally, when I think of haggard faces being sexy, I think of them in women, but good taste.
怒りんぼだね。すぐそんな顔する。
余計なお世話ってやつですよ。
My tone was a bit harsh, but I saw no reason to be formal with her after all this time. Anyway, it felt only natural for me to have rather offbeat conversations with her. More importantly, she was going home on her own in the middle of the day on a weekday with barely anyone out on the streets.
先輩、今帰るのはちょっと。
私は帰るよ。誰が何と言っても帰るよ。神様の命令でも聞かないよ。まだ何か？
That's a bit extreme, Himuro. You're only going home. It's not like, you know,
Yeah.
you need to build your whole life around it. Following a moment of hesitation, I ultimately caved in. She wasn't connected to me the way Kasumi was, so I figured it'd be best to keep the distance between us that way. For someone with so few friends, that felt like a painful choice, but...
じゃあ、俺は行くんだ。先輩もなんでサボるのか知らないけど。さよなら。
he doesn't want to get too close to Himuro now that he knows the problem. The danger. Now that he knows he's Zarathustra. She gave a light nod, to which I replied with a curt wave before letting her pass by me. I felt genuinely relieved as I proceeded to cross through the gate. Almost everyone here was my age, and the place was basically off limits to outsiders. Even though I was only on close terms with a select few here, this place still remained relatively free from foreign contamination. It's a weird way of putting it. This was, without a doubt, a symbol of my day-to-day life, as well as a place I would literally call my fortress right about now. Man, who would have thought I'd be thinking of school like that one day? I get you. I get you.
藤井君。
Potentially due to how lost I was in my own thoughts, hearing my name spoken out loud surprised me, as I reflexively turned around.
気をつけてね。
は？
Careful? Of what? Himuro, paying no heed to my confusion, turned around and left with nothing else to add, almost like she was in a hurry to get out of here as soon as possible. So, a conspiracy theory that me and the mortals have been working on, mortals, is that Himuro is somehow related to the, you know, the magic Nazis. And the thing is, there are some connections to be made. The priest that showed up at her church, connected to the magic Nazis. And now this. As if she's aware that we're in danger. I hope we don't have to, you know, fight her. That would be horrible. Yes, it does all lead... Oh, hello, Cooper. It does all lead back to them, to the magic Nazis. That's where we began. That's where this tale will likely end. It's good to see you. How are you today? Unable to entangle the web of incomprehensible feelings taking a hold of me, I simply stood there for a while, staring blankly into space instead of going after Himuro. Oh, this is a ringtone, right? That is one hella badass ringtone. That's a great ringtone, mortals. You should aspire to have a ringtone like that. I might have stood there forever, had Kasumi not picked that moment to call me on my phone. Well, personally, I'm a bit aghast, a bit flustered at being late, at waking up late for this stream. But other than that, I'm fine.
聞いてる？もしかしてまだ家にいるわけ？
いや、校門のとこだけど。
そうなの？あ、ちょっと待って。
Oh, Kasumi, you would do this when you're having a phone call with somebody.
こっち見ろ！
I turned around and saw Kasumi leaning out of a window on the 3rd floor, waving to me. As embarrassing as always.
気分どう？良くなった？良くなったんならさっさとこっちに上がってきなさい。驚くよ。
A surprise, hmm?
すでにお前の大声で十分驚いてるんだけど。
Ah, there's the comedy routine. I could hear her loud and clear already. There was really no need to use the phone. Sighing, I held my phone away from my ear to escape the auditory nightmare. How could you hear her? She's like on a 3rd-story window all the way over there, and you're here by the gate. Well, I had no idea what happened, but she seemed to be as cheery as always. I wish she'd pass some of that energy to me.
すぐ行く。だからもうわめくなよ。
了解。
That's good to that's good to hear, Cooper. I'm sure everybody was worried about you. You know us. All of us tend to be worrywarts. And she didn't listen. Man, she really was loud. I entered the school, smiling bitterly to myself. I can't do a bitter smile. I can only do a regular one. However, I found myself suddenly assaulted by an intense sense of discomfort. No oppression. Oh no! Oh no 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 mortals no 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 no. Okay. I'm about to play detective. I'm about to piece together the clues. I'll tell you where my mind immediately jumped and why that's incredibly horrifying. So, Kasumi says there's a surprise for us. Himuro wished us luck. That means something is going on in the classroom that Kasumi is already aware of, that now combined with this means danger. So, I'm going to say Super Saiyan Nazis as transfer students. I think Rusalka might be in that class. I think she could get away with that. And if she is, I'm going to flip. Let's go. Let's face this future together. Like the school itself had been thrown into the depths of the ocean, or the belly of a colossal beast. The air froze over and cracked. A grotesque, difficult to describe presence gradually encroached out of those cracks, like blood oozing from a fresh wound. No, it seemed more like everything in this place had changed from the way it was yesterday, only barely, but enough to be felt with terrifying clarity. I remembered this welling up sense of nausea. It felt just like the one from yesterday. That mixture of blood, death, and decay, an odor thick enough to make one faint, the stench of murder. The two of them looked down on me just like they did last night. Ah! Ah! Mortals! I'm gonna flip! Two! No, you can't do this. What's wrong with you? We just started. I finally got to a spot where we could take a breath yesterday. You'll give us one breath and no more than that? I curse this all-seeing eye that perceives the world. I wish I had not been correct. They've been waiting for me. They've been waiting. It's lunchtime. They've come down to the stairs. They know who I am. They've seen me before. Oh God. This is going to get Kasumi even further tangled up in this. Not enough money for chicken though. Oh no. How terrible. How terrible. Alas. That's the way of the schoolyard sometimes. But also My vision warped from the backlighting. Despite it being noon, the rays of the sun seemed to wear the crimson hue of blood, at least to my eyes. Two girls towered over me in that light, wearing uniforms I'd been all too familiar with, yet their presence felt dreadfully out of place, like a colossal abnormality in the midst of the mundane. Oh man, MB, I get you. I truly do. I truly do. The damage these two can do already to Kasumi's emotions with the revelations, and like even more than that. Like I'm worried for her physically as well, but also just If they hurt her, vengeance will be taken, and it will be painful. They looked graceful and sweet as flowers. Yet they were, in truth, carnivorous plants in disguise, their thorns seeping only poison. There they stood, in a world disconnected enough from reality to make me firmly believe that...
はじめまして、藤井蓮くん。私はルサルカ・シュベーゲリン。
Rusalka Schwegelin. Hi, Rusalka, you... monster.
こっちの怖い顔は桜井圭。素敵なところね、このシューレ。気に入ったわ。
Rusalka, I like you, but also if you screw with my daily life, I will destroy you without hesitation. Listen, I want to like Rusalka, but Rusalka threatened Kasumi, Himuro, and everybody else in the church, which makes her scum. Alas. I'm kind of flip-flopping on Rusalka. The redhead girl, Rusalka, uttered her introduction with a mocking smile decorating her cherubic face. Did that get-up mean she was a transfer student? In other words, the surprise Kasumi mentioned was...
私たち同じクラスよ。
Ah!
あなたとかすみと。だから。
You don't get to say that name! Zarathustra. Her last comment came not from her lips, but echoed directly in my head. The resulting headache felt so violent I found myself nearly falling down the staircase. The school was no longer my fortress, no longer my safe haven. Yes, funny coincidence that this would happen immediately after you thought all that about your school, Ren. Foreign substances had mixed into my day-to-day life. I could feel dread spreading throughout my body. The world as I once knew it crumbled to ashes with a thunderous roar. I couldn't escape this.
そうね。楽しくやりましょう。
あなたが賢明ならいいけれど。
I don't like you. One voice rang with playfulness, another with piercing severity. Locked in those two stares, I felt a hopeless sense of xenophobia, a fear towards the unknown filling my chest. Yes, Kay is kind of cool, but she's also totally involved in all... Well, okay. There's two reasons Kay is cool. One, she's involved with the bad guys, but two, she cockblocked me last time from actually fighting. This day, this hour, and minute marked the beginning of my day-to-day life's gradual collapse, and I was powerless to stop it. Ren just can't stop suffering. Yep. Okay, so, I think that, Rusalka is Malleus Maleficarum. I know that, K is Leonhardt August, for sure, but, some of these, I just can't. I wonder who Babylon Magdalene is. They look kind of familiar. Anyway, these are all the members. These are all the members of the Round Table currently in Shambhala, which is this city. Number 13, Mercurius. That's us, but he's inside us. We're Zarathustra, and we're supposed to be his replacement. Wait a second. I'm probably playing the safe for work version. I thought this wasn't an... I googled it, and I swear that the Wikipedia said that it didn't make any mention that this would, that this was NSFW in the original form. Because I would want to play it in the original form. I can get how it would seem like it must be, you know... considering its nature. It does kind of give you those Fate Stay Night vibes, mortals, but, now I've got to Google it. Oh, god damn it. So now a wiki says that it is one. So which is it? I mean, this is probably Amentes is probably the safe for work version. So, I mean, okay. Well, there's nothing we can do if all the JP releases are adult and all the English releases aren't. There's nothing we can do. We're just going to have to hope that it's a situation where there isn't too much character development in those extra 18+ scenes. But that, man, I swear, that it took me 3 streams to find that out. Yabai. I don't have a censor, but this seems to be completely safe for work. There weren't any warnings about it on Steam. We would have to patch that stuff in. So you'll all have to. So you'll all have to look it up later. Basically, wait, there is it. Yeah. So in this case, in situations like this, we really just gotta hope that they didn't put too much character development in the 18+ scenes, because I can't show you them. That'd be pretty yab. That was the concern I had with doing something like Fate's Day Night too. But yeah, this should be safe. What a surprise, though! What a surprise! Wikipedia, you've let me down. I know you've let me down. Like, if you Google Dice irae VN, Wikipedia calls it a visual novel video game developed by Light, originally released in 2007 in Japan. If you Google Fate's Day Night, I'm pretty sure it calls it an adult visual novel. So what's with the double standards? What is with the double standards? Wikipedia. The folly of mankind. Anyway, that's enough of that. We've discussed this to death and back. Just, don't let this new knowledge kind of affect you too much. Chapter 2, Xenophobia, end. But what a twist! What a twist! It did give me those vibes, but I thought it wasn't because of Wikipedia. On the outside, the 2 off-season transfer students grew accustomed to school without any problems. Rusalka Schwagelin, the cheerful and sociable exchange student who quickly ended up popular among boys and girls alike. Kei Sakurai, her taciturn, indifferent, and mature image served as a wall between her and others, but rather than avoiding her, it felt more like others believed she was out of their league. They were polar opposites, but together they made a picture-perfect combination. Truth be told, it could be said that their appearance alone had taken complete control of the school. I should have used VNDB, you're right. It was foolish of me. I started reading If My Heart Had Wings, and then stopped because I read a post that somebody's route was completely butchered to hell by it being the safe for work version, and it really screwed with the... there was some hard editing with the character arc and relationship. And I was like, oh no. I'd have to patch it and all that. To be a not safe for work version in order to not to get horribly butchered, and I hate that. So I hope that's not a situation we're gonna run into here. They had a talent for attracting followers around them just by being there. No plan, no violence, nothing. To call it a kind of charisma would likely be quite apt, but I couldn't endure it at all. What in the world were those 2 doing at my school? Or rather, what goal did they have in mind? It was a terrifyingly foolish question. They were here for me, to observe my day-to-day life. I'm not sure if the version of Fate's Day Night that I played had Rialta Nua, all the extra Rialta Nua scenes. But it did have the, I at least got the voices in my version, but it was also the original in terms of, having the 18+ content. I had to pretend everything was fine. I couldn't show them a single opening while also making sure to observe them in turn. You can't manage that, Ren. You're nearly dead. The school now housed 2 dangerous beasts, and I was the only one aware of it. It had already been a week since Kasumi, Himuro, and the others, that is, all the students and teachers, had been unknowingly taken hostage. He's been doing this for a week? And that alone was hardly my only source of anxiety. He can't miss school now, because if he's not there, they can try something. Yeah, probably. Probably. I can't imagine reading the FSN without voices. It was such an experience. And then Hollow Ataraxia after that, one of my favorite visual novels ever. The voices add so much. I couldn't have dreams. In particular, I had to somehow prevent myself from sleeping at night. If I slept, people would die. I murdered people in my sleep. And almost as if to support that very notion, the murders had ceased ever since I stopped sleeping. Ren has stopped sleeping for a week. I'd spent the whole week on edge, unable to even take a proper rest. I wondered which would come first, madness or death. I felt my sanity crumbling, and the nightmare was still going on. Ren is pushing himself way too hard. Ren is pushing himself harder than I do, cutting sleep to watch VTubers. Yes, yeah, sounds perfectly healthy according to VTuber standards. Yeah, that's a better version of the joke. Yes. Oh man, my sleep schedule. Mortals, my sleep schedule can be whenever I want it. So I built this, so I picked this time slot to be, there, to be streaming while all these cool VTubers that other people want to watch aren't streaming. And you know what happened? I then immediately started watching all of those cool VTubers, and so now, mortals, I'm locked into this, I'm locked into this specific, pattern of waking up and going to sleep. I could wake up and go to sleep whenever. There's nothing that requires me to wake up or go to sleep at a specific time, other than my VTuber schedule. I could do this stream at the end of my day instead of at the start of it. But then I would sleep through all these lovely streams. So I am in this state now. This is not the natural way of things temporally down here. But I've cast aside such shackles. I will not be bound by them. The chime of the bell woke me from a light sleep. That is honestly that's a good theory though, that Ren is slowly becoming superhuman. He's slowly powering up. So he's been taking power naps. Though to be more accurate, I hadn't been completely asleep. A part of my consciousness still registered the sounds and people around me. I couldn't fall into a deep sleep, no matter what. Brief rests like that had proven to be effective, and somehow managed to keep me going throughout the week, though I didn't imagine it would last much longer. I slept 2 to 3 hours a day at most. They were all limited to classes, free periods, and after school. Apart from that, I didn't sleep at all. Even I found it reckless, but I couldn't think of any other solutions. Oh well, if you're sleeping 2 to 3... Okay, so 2 to 3 hours a day, that's pretty good. That's more than I expected, Ren. My thoughts remained in a constant haze, my consciousness ever dim. Hell, I bet if I looked in a mirror, I'd see a ghost of a man staring back at me. Kasumi had been worried too. The one piece of good news, though I didn't know if I should be glad or not, was that the serial killings had stopped. Some were reacting optimistically, while others remained more nervous, but generally speaking, everyone here was thinking the same thing. Maybe the killer is no longer in this city. I would have been happy if that was the case, but I knew it wasn't. I had to somehow settle things as quickly as possible, regardless of whether I was the killer or not, regardless of who those 2 transfer students really were. I had to do it now, while my mind and body were more or less functional. If this situation dragged on any longer, I had doubts if I could retain my sanity. Obviously, you need Guillotine Girl to help you. You need to have her become an ally instead of just, using your body to murder. As long as Sakurai and Rusalka remained here at school, I had to keep the act up. I couldn't predict what they'd do if I stayed holed up in my apartment, but during the times when we were all in uniform at school, I'd have a chance to get in contact with them. That was the conclusion I'd come to after observing them for a week. If their goal was to mess up this place, they probably wouldn't go through the dull motions of pretending to be transfer students. I had realized as much a little while back, but I guess it was my own fear that kept me from taking a step forward. There was also the fact that I'd been too passive in observing their actions. But I felt it too dangerous to stall any longer. The problem was how I'd get in contact with them. I couldn't just invite them to lunch. What I had to do was create a situation where I didn't attract the attention of my acquaintances, particularly that of Kasumi, while also making sure there were still people nearby. That way, I could talk to them privately. Yeah, that wasn't gonna work. Those two suck out like sore thumbs. If possible, I wanted to avoid being left alone with them, but then what was I supposed to do? I proceeded to fall prostrate on the desk, internally cursing the whole situation. It was time.
さ、ちょっと君。次、体育だから、これから私たち着替えないといけないんだけど。
Oh,
right.
悪い。
Kasumi said something as I got out of my seat, but whatever it was went right past my ears as I left the classroom. As I glanced back on my way out, I noted that neither Sakurai or Rusalka were there. Oh, perfect opportunity. Go find them. Go find them. You'll miss the girls changing, but yeah. Like you say. What was I supposed to do? Kei Sakurai. She still seemed a touch easier to deal with. We'd only spoken a little, but at the very least she was also Japanese. I could probably talk with her without being constantly on edge. I thought I spotted her at the end of the hallway. Yeah, that had to be her. After hesitating a bit over how I was going to approach her.
Sakurai.
In the end, I went for a frontal assault.
お前、体育に出ないのか？サボるんならちょっと付き合ってほしいんだけど。なあ、聞いてる？
The more I talked, the more I felt like a dumbass, but I kept going regardless. It kind of made me look like some sleazy pickup artist. Sighing ever so faintly, Sakurai gave me a glance.
驚いた。意外に大胆なのね、あなたって。
It's been a week and Ren is physically dying. Cut him some slack. This is his only option.
だけどごめんなさい。せっかくのお誘いだけど乗れないわ。先約がある。
God damn it.
先約？ここでか。
There shouldn't have been any normal students at this point who'd associate with Sakurai, meaning whoever she was meeting with didn't qualify as ordinary.
いいえ。でも安心しなさい。別に何をどうしようってわけでもないから。悪いけど、デートの相手なら彼女にしてもらってくれないかしら。
そういうこと。私でよければ、いくらでも付き合うわよ。
But also, oh yes! But also, oh no! But also, oh yes! But also, oh no! Ah, mortals. This is a roller coaster. I turned around to follow Sakurai's gaze, only to find that Rusalka had snuck up behind me without so much as a sound. One could say I was caught between a rock and a hard place.
レオン、あなた何言ったのよ。レン君が緊張しちゃってるじゃない。
Don't call me Ren-kun.
私は何も。彼が緊張しているなら、それはあなたが原因でしょ。正直、あれで好感を持たれていたら、彼の正気を疑ってしまう。
ひどいな。何自分だけいいこぶっちゃってんのよ。
Rusalka has a lot of cute sprites. Like, look at this. She's got that pose with her arms behind her, and she's got this cute little pout.
ごめんね、レン君。この子っては怖いでしょ。だから私とデートしましょう。何よその顔。私じゃ不服？
いや。
Oh boy. Though I'd gotten used to seeing her over the past week, Rusalka was like a completely normal schoolgirl here. I found myself unable to shake off my bewilderment at how different she was compared to our first meeting. I mean, aside from all the murder, she pretty much acted like this there, too. She was very, you know, happy-go-lucky.
ねえ、もうひどいことしないからさ。あの時のことは許してよ。
Oh, are they? Is that like a Japanese pun, or is it just... I do think she's being a bit forward. Refusing to forgive her would only make things more complicated. She was still very much a mystery to me, but I had learned not to carelessly pick a fight with her.
許す許さないは置いといて。
Ah!
桜井がダメならお前でもいい。付き合ってくれ。
I don't think she's guilt tripping. I don't think she's being like, oh, hey, I assumed that you saying that we should I need to hang out means you want to go on a date with me.
おいおい、私はレオの次ですか？
話がまとまったなら、
Oh boy.
私は行くわよ。せいぜい彼を丁
Yeah,
重
we
に
can use
扱
the
いなさい。
rooftop because wait, no, Himuro went home early, but
それからくれぐれ
that
も
was a week ago.
はいはい。 ケーキは慎めでしょ。分かってま
Why
す
do I
よ、
feel
それ
like
くらい。
the second we're alone with her, she's going to torture us? I feel like Rusalka doesn't give a damn about keeping cover. Leon is Kay's title. It's short for Kay's title, which is I think Leonhardt or something like that. I think it's Leonhardt. They don't call each other by often, but Rusalka seems to call Kay by Leon instead of her actual name. It's like Rusalka's name title is not actually Rusalka.
じゃあね、レオン。あなたも少しここじゃ可愛く喋るように気を
Also,
つけ
isn't
な
a
さい。
Rusalka like an Alraune?
そっちの方こそ猫をかぶりすぎて滑稽なことに早く気づ
Wait
い
a
た方がい
second,
い。
I just heard Neko, but nowhere in this line does it mention a cat. Weird. Shaking her head in irritation, Sakurai turned to leave.
藤井君もよければまた誘ってちょうだい。待ってるから。
And off she went, her raven locks swaying behind her. The contents of her line might have sounded almost affectionate, but she certainly made sure to voice it in the coldest of tones.
なんかあの子、レン君と話すときだけ妙に態度が違くない？いやーね、これだから差別主義者は。
Okay, no, a Rusalka is a female entity often malicious towards mankind and frequently associated with water from Slavic folklore. And apparently they're kind of similar to mermaids. So it's cool, Rusalka's a mermaid. A scandalous display of discrimination.
それは別にどうでもいいわ。ねえ、レン君、場所を変えましょう。こんなところで話してると、かすみに見つかっちゃいそうだし。
I don't know why my mind jumped to Alraune or something like that. There's a lot of beings of folklore, mortals. And all of them very real.
そうしたらいろいろと。
No, absolutely not. We can't have Ren staying in the open, because she's right. Kasumi might see them talking. Ren does not care about his own body more than he cares about Kasumi weathering everything okay. So he needs to talk to Rusalka in private. According to my DLC, the routes are Kasumi, Marie, Kay, and Rhea. Those are the 4 routes I have. Because what they did is they made the common route for free, and then they had the individual routes to be DLC that you had to buy. I gave her a silent nod.
決まりね。じゃあどこがいい？
屋上。
いまいちムードに欠ける選択ね。さてはあなた、まだデート
The
に慣れて
rooftop
な
is
いの？
plenty romantic. Are you kidding me? Have you seen Ren and Himuro up there? I mean, Leonhardt does have one, then. Yeah, Kay is Leon. Leon is Kay. They're the same person. One is a name, one is her name, and one is her title. And Rhea is Himuro, I'm pretty sure, because Teresia. Yeah. So our 4 options will be Kay, Kasumi, Guillotine Girl, and Himuro. Which means Rusalka isn't on the list, alas. Or the nun from last stream, alas too. Alas twice, alas double. Double XL.
しょうがない。だったら私が教えてあげます。ほら、腕こうやって。
She pointed to my arm as if telling me to open it. Did she want me to wrap mine around hers? Come on.
ちょっと待ってよ。一人で行くなんて冷たいよ。
Rusalka. Ignoring her pouting, I headed for the roof. It was all an act, and I wouldn't be fooled by her appearance and behavior. Not when I knew what lurked beneath. I couldn't let my guard down. It would take a man with steel will to actually take her hand in this situation. Like, are you crazy? Even with my mind thoroughly exhausted, it seemed like I still had enough willpower left to make that judgment. After arriving at the roof, I walked to the center and turned around, facing Rusalka.
さて、それじゃあどんな話をしようかしら。
Now this is a
ど
bomb.
ういう風にお話しする？
The way that beaming, innocent smile of hers lacked even the tiniest hint of spite was driving me crazy. Oh, also, never apologize for, like, not knowing something, because there's so much in this VN. If you're ever confused about anything, like, don't be afraid to ask a question and I will explain it to the best of my abilities. Because I think I've been following along well enough. But I couldn't allow her to control the flow of conversation. I had to keep calm if I wanted to get the results I was looking for.
まずいくつか俺の方から質問する。それに答えられる範囲で答えて、ただし嘘は絶対言うなよ。
了解。じゃあそうしましょう。質問どうぞ。
ああ。
Still reeling in surprise from how readily she agreed to the whole thing, I mentally prepared the questions I wanted to ask her. What should I ask? Oh, it's time. It's time for the big question thingamajig. Give Rusalka root. There we are. Ah, normal mode. They do seem a bit like Punch Clock villains, but I wouldn't be fooled.
お前らは何者なんだ？
The simplest yet biggest of my
普通じゃない
questions.
のはわかる。あんなふざけたなりして夜出歩いてる時点でまともじゃない。
Then why were they doing all these things?
お前ら殺人事件に何か関係でもあるのか？
そうね。
Let's see how well she answers this one.
関係あるのはむしろあな
Oh,
たの
come
方じ
on!
ゃないの？
That's a bit mean, throwing it right back in my face, Rusalka. We're supposed to be on a date. Where's your charm?
俺が犯人だって。
あら、違うのかしら？
Saying that didn't change the fact that I had no idea. Or rather, I didn't want to know. I mean, according to all the circumstantial evidence, it was admittedly a rather plausible possibility. Yeah, they're totally toying with him.
俺に
But at the same time,
殺人なんかする動機はない。
they think that he knows more than he's letting on, I think.
それが言い訳？理屈としては弱いわね。
Oh, is this going to be a case where Rusalka, the expert torturer, turns the interrogation back on us without us realizing? Because I'm down for that.
ここで起こっているのはそんな真っ当なものなのかしら？あなたはどう思っているの？自分でも当てにならないと思ってることは切り札になんかならないよ。もっと現実的になりなさい。そういう素質はありそうだけどね。どんなに不可解でも納得ができなくても、
Oh,
他に答えがなければそれが真実。
the famous
そうい
Sherlock
う考
Holmes
え方で
reasoning.
きないの？したくないの？
Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. That famous bit of reasoning, that famous deductive reasoning.
それともするのが怖いのかな？
大きなお世話だ。俺のことなんかどうでもいい。聞いてるのは俺の方だ。そもそもお前は質問に答えていない。
確かにそれもそうね。
Rusalka quickly caved in once I raised my voice a little. Yeah, she's pushing him. She's pushing him. And as I wondered what she was going to say...
私はリッター。そう思って。
は？
What? I was completely lost.
XS、ナイト、カバリエーレ。つまりは騎士ね。
They're
そういう
knights?
こと。あ、この国の侍ってのとは違うわよ。私たち、
Oh,
中と
they're
か貴族
knights!
6とかそういう
That's
の
why
持
they're
って
a
ない
round
かも。
table. They're knights.
でもそれだと騎士でもないのかな。
They're kishi.
ま、別にどうでもいいけど。
She seemed to have come to some sort of conclusion, while leaving me totally in the lurch. Knights in the 21st century? It sounded like a bad joke.
真面目に答えろよ。
Sounds like the name of an awesome movie from the 20th century. Knights of the 21st century!
あ、失礼ね。私嘘なんか言ってないもん。正真正銘の本物だってば。 そりゃ今時剣も鎧もつけてないから分かりづらいかもしれないけど。
嘘でも冗談でもないのなら頭のおかしなやつのザレ言だ。
Oof.
なーに、さっきはまともじゃないとか言ってたくせにここでそんなこと言い出すんだ。おかしいの。
She's a smart one.
じゃあそうね、今度は別の言い方をしようかな。私に限って言えばリッターでヘクセ、
You're a knight and a witch?
つまりは魔法使いさんなのだよ。これで少しはピンときたかな。
Depends on the knight. Depends on the knight.
魔法使いだ。
ほうきに乗って飛んだりはしないけどね。
Her tone sounded playful, but with her, it always did. As such, I couldn't really tell if she was being serious or not. She fixed all your wounds with magic. This is clearly a supernatural... Yeah, I did witness her perform something like magic, though. She healed all my wounds after Wilhelm beat the crap out of me. Was that magic, a trick, or the real deal? I didn't know, but decided to put that question on hold for now. I highly doubted she would give me a straight answer anyway.
さあ他に質問は。
Oh yeah, you're right. Two things that Congo hate in one. She's a knight and a witch. What an interesting combination. What's Zarathustra?
ザラトゥストラってのは
さあなんでしょうね。
俺をそう呼んでただろ。
ええ確かにそうだけど、あなたは否定したじゃない。
違わない。
That wasn't my name. But I speculated that this whole Zarathustra thing they kept talking about referred to the killer.
別に話してもいいんだけどね。あなた理解できないでしょうし、どうしようかな。
So Rusilka does seem to be aware about my level of ignorance
ね
a
え
bit.
レン君、少し聞きたいんだけど、あなたご両親は日本の人
何？
だから、あなたの家系は純粋な日本人かって聞いてるのよ。
Where the hell did that come from? Still, I gave her an honest
大
reply.
昔のことは知らないけど、じいさんばあさんまでは日本人だ。
Oh, sorry.
それがどうした？
Yeah, he doesn't know about his parents at all.
なるほど。じゃあ薄いわね。あながち外れてるとも思えないけど。
There is that whole parents, what the hell are those moment from the church earlier that was really
おい
nice. But he seems to not react so strongly about it at the moment. When would she stop leaving me out of the loop? I had no idea what she was even going on
あな
about.
たの名字は父方母方？
だからなんでそんなこと
いやね、みんな気にしてるようだからね。
みんな？
ええ、私の仲間。まだ全員集合してないけどね。
Only
半
half.
分
Like, we
くら
couldn't
い
even
揃っ
be.
てるわ。
There's gonna be like 12 of them at least. And we couldn't even beat one of them.
そのうち勢ぞろいするはずだから。
Imagine fighting them all
そ
at
の
the same
時のた
time.
めに聞いてるの。
Comrades? Her comrades? They were more like her?
サラトゥストラはメルクリウスのヘビ控えと受け継いで同じアーネエルベを持っていると思われる。ごめん、こんな言い方じゃわかんない
Yeah, explain in order,
とにか
Rusalka.
くね、私たちの中に一人だけ付き合い悪いやつがいるのよ。
And
だからサラトゥストラはその代役。
Ah, so we're the
鉄板
14th
用人っていうか、
member of this
番外
of this
役者
round
ね。
table. We're number 14.
つまりそいつは
Aye.
お前らの仲間だと。
さあどうだろうね。もともと敵なのか味方なのかよくわかんない。いけすかないやつだったから。
That's
メルクリウスってやつが。
Mercurius. If memory served me right, that was the Latin reading of Mercury. And also another name for Hermes from Greek mythology, right? It also referred to the chemical element.
まあとにかく私たちもサラトゥストラについてはよく知らないのよ。5義以上のことは今のところね。
Of course, we already know that Mercurius is inside Zarathustra, which is us, and he's using us to experience the unknown, because Mercurius has, like me, powers of the all-seeing, which means that he's incredibly bored. So he wants some entertainment, he wants to see the unknown, so he locked himself inside us.
だから
That's what I think is going on.
気になるならニーチェの本でも読んでみるといいんじゃない？ドイツ語版でよかったら貸してあげるよ。
Some niche, huh? Of course we can't read German.
いや、いい。
Ignoring the fact that I couldn't even read German. I had no intention of borrowing anything from her. Forget it. Let's stop here. What should I ask? Alright, let's ask about Bay.
もう一人いただろう。あいつはどこに？
ベイのこと？
そいつだ。
That pale, white-haired man. He felt like the biggest threat. I felt like I could still more or less talk to Sakurai and Rusalka, but you couldn't even hold a proper conversation with that guy. You can hold a conversation with your fists! Just the thought of him still being in this city made my heart race. Rusalka let out a giggle, as if she'd figured out the source of my discomfort from my behavior.
嫌われてるわね、あいつったら。まあ、いつものことだけど。ベイは、いや、そうね。あいつはビルヘルム・エーレンブルグって名前なんだけど、覚えてる？似合わないけど上品な名前でしょ？笑っていいわよ。
Not much about this situation feels like, something worth laughing over. Wilhelm. I wasn't sure, but it sounded like a Central European name. But in that case...
なんで別の名前で呼ばれてる？いや、あいつだけじゃない。お前も桜井も。
Ha! Advanced sign language. Pummeling each other with your words. I wonder, mortals, if you could make a martial art that was sign language. Like like a martial art that is like a language. Where individual moves or stances or something like that are letters or words or concepts, something like that. So in doing like a shadow boxing routine, you could spell out something by the order in which the combination of moves you use, the order in which you do them. That would be interesting to invent, I think. That would be interesting to do. Might not be the most practical martial art, but if you're just focusing on strengthening your body, why not do it in a way where you can have a fun little coded conversations? It's like pulling off like learning semaphore or something while also getting fit. It could be very neat. I remembered them referring to each other with these peculiar names.
それはね、ちょっとしたあだ名みたいなものなのよ。
Titles. It's good to have titles.
性格とか特性とかそういうのに合わせて入団するときに決められるの。私はどうでもよかったけど、創立者の趣味だね、あれは。で、ベイがどこにいるかだけど、正直なところわかんないな。ちょっと何よ、本当にわかんないんだからしょうがないでしょ。
Of course not, Rusalka. What reason could we possibly have to doubt you?
半分は。
They didn't seem like the kind to bother keeping track of each other, but I very much doubted she couldn't at least make an educated guess.
町にいるのかいないのか。
知らないわよ、そんなことは。気まぐれなやつだし、どこかで遊んでるんじゃないかしら。
Ah, capricious.
ただ、昼間のうちは外に出ないと思うけどね。
それはどういう？
教えない。
Oh,
なんか
I get
頭
it.
に来ちゃったから。
I get it.
この話はもうおし
Bay
ま
must be
い
a
よ。
vampire. More than the others, he must be a vampire. His powers must be vampiric in nature somehow. That's why he can't come and be a school student with us. Pouting, she sulkily turned away from me. Oh well, it wasn't intentional, but it was best not to anger her. What should I ask? Why did you come to this city?
じゃあなんでこの町に来た？一体何が目的で？
そんなの聞いてどうするのよ。
どうするも何も、それが分からなきゃ安心できない。
分かれば安心できるとも限らないでしょ。
安心できないような。
どうだかね。
Rusalka sounded another giggle while giving me a meaningful look. Was it in her nature to lord over others? If so, that was nothing to be proud of.
お前、俺をイラつかせて楽しいのかよ。答える気がないなら素直にそう言え。
そう言ったら、レン君は納得するの？
Yes!
まあ、しないと思うわ。
No?
でしょ？だから私困ってるんじゃない。
She sure as hell didn't look troubled. Damn, we were not going to get any further
ま
at
あ
this
まあ、
rate.
短期は良くないわよ。もっと我慢強いタイプだと思ってたけど、
I've been patient for a
そうでも
week.
ない
My
みたいね。
body is dying.
私としても聞かれたことぐらいは答えてあげたいつもりだよ。でもそのまま言って理解
He
でき
has
るとも
already
思
done
えない
this.
し、
This hasn't been a very
もしかした
successful
らデ
interrogation.
タラメ言
He
う
has
なって
already
怒られるかもし
accused
れ
her
な
of
いじゃ
spouting
ない。
nonsense.
そういうのお互い嫌でしょ。でも慌てるのは優雅じゃないし、 いろいろ言葉
Wow,
を
the
選んでいる
shade.
の。
The shade this
だか
woman
ら
is
そっちも
throwing.
真摯になってくれないかな。
The shade this woman is throwing, mortals.
ねえ、どう？
Seemed like I had no choice.
分かったよ。さっきも言ったが、嘘言わないならそれでいい。だから
いやーもうデン君って優しいね。大好き。
急に抱きついてくる
A
な。
hug, huh?
ふざけてないで
Very nice.
さっさと話せよ。
何よもう、この照れ屋さんめが。
She began to reluctantly back away. Was she really the same person from that night? I felt somewhat perplexed.
私たちがこの町に来た目的はね、大まかに言うと約束を果たすため。もうずーっと前にみんな揃って約束したの。いつか目的を果たしましょうって。
I don't know. Rusalka doesn't seem like the power type. She seems more like a special type.
内容は一人一人で違うんだけど、その前提条件としてやらなきゃいけないことがあるから、
Don't
それ
tell
を
me.
なすの。
You're going to forge the Holy Grail or something and use it to grant all your wishes or something.
そのためにはこの町に来ないといけなくて、レン君や他の人にも協力してもらわないといけないわけ。こんな感じで今はダメかな。
Honestly, I didn't understand any of the main points.
協力って俺や他の連中に何をさせるつもりなんだよ。
別に何もしなくて構わないわよ。
Okay, so we just
た
have
だ
to
いて
chill.
くれるだけで
Easy.
いいから。
何？
What in the world did that mean?
だから言ったところで理解なんかできないってば。あなたが本当にメルクリウスの縁者なら、
Ah,
これでピンと
Mercurius
くるは
can't
ず
give
なん
us
だ
any
けどな。
info because it will make us more predictable. So he can't tell us anything. Well, it didn't, like at all.
というわけでこの話はもうおしまい。焦らなくてもいずれわかるようになるかもしれないし。そんな顔しないでよ。別にひどいことしようとか思ってないから信用して。
できるのかよ。
それはあなたが決めることでしょ。違う？
I figured I'd thrown her off for now, but it didn't look like I'd be getting anything else out of prodding this topic. What should I ask?
お前ら俺をどうするつもりだ。
どうするって？
さらって拷問にでもかける気か。
はあ？何それ？レン君そんな趣味があるわけ？
Why do I feel like if I said yes, you would be more than willing to accommodate?
やだもうやめてよね。ちょっともうその発想面白すぎ。
Oh, damn!
いやごめん困ったな。ちょっと待って。レン君あんまり真顔で言うもんだからおかしくて。
Her laughs kind of sound like Aira with the intakes of breath and all that. Does sound kind of similar. But look at that! Look at that, mortals. Look at that. Look at how lovely Rusalka looks when she's laughing. You can see her little fang there. You can see her little fang in her mouth. Doesn't she look just lovely? I hope we can make her laugh more often then. During her continuing fit of laughter, all I could feel was anger.
面白い発想で悪かったな。初対面で殺そうとしやがったくせに。
And who exactly transferred to my school the next day, only to make my life a waking nightmare? I barely slept at all thanks to her.
いやごめんなさい。なかなか想像力が豊かみたいで。いや若いって素
Don't
晴ら
mess
しい。
with me, Rusalka.
それでさらって拷問？
Yeah, no, you're just totally gonna
そんな
kidnap,
こと
like
考
kill
え
me
て
or
ないか
something.
ら安心してよ。大丈夫大丈夫。
I mean, she does seem like she was around at the fall of the Third Reich, which would make her much older than us.
あーやだ。もしかして怒ってる？だったらごめんね。機嫌直して。
She talked like she was pacifying a toddler. I didn't want to hear that from someone in the same grade as me. Then again, me losing my temper would only give her more reason to treat me like a child.
それで結局答えの方は？
それはね、 正直特に考えていないのよ。
But then why?
なんていうかな、初対面の時はいろいろあれしちゃったじゃない。でもね、あなたが違うなら別にどうでもいいっていうか、わざわざ追っかけてきたりしないっていうか。
Unfortunately, we are the one that you're chasing after because you want Zarathustra, and we're Zarathustra.
だからこれは偶然なのよ。ここに来たの
Wait, then
は
why did you come
別
here
に
if
あ
not
な
to...
たをどうこうし
There's
よ
no
うな
one...
んて理由じゃなくて。
Don't tell me it's because of Himuro. Don't tell me that they're here because of Himuro.
おいちょっと待て。
Is Kei's meeting with Himuro? Oh, that's why Himuro isn't on the roof. Mortals. Kei had a prior engagement with someone at the school. And Rusalka's with us. So what if it's Himuro? Because we've already theorized that Himuro is connected. Who boy? Did I just hear her right?
偶然だと。
そうよ、私たちが選んだ先に偶然あなたがいたってだけ。こう言ったら信じるかな。
No way. But it didn't look like she was lying either.
じゃあ俺がここにいたのは偶然として、お前らがここを選んだのも偶然なの
This
か。
place seems to be... Well, we're about to find out if this was a coincidence or not, but all this seems to be an exceedingly complex magic ritual, like the Grail War from Fate's Day Night. They need all the pieces in place, and Zarathustra is a part of that. They need someone to stand in for Mercurius, I think.
おお、鋭いね。
Wait,
いいよいいよ、やっぱりあなた結構キレる。
so is that a yes?
茶化すなよ。
ごめんね、これ勝負だから。
So does that mean yes, it was a
それ
coincidence?
でさっきの質問に対してだけど、
No! No, it
答
wasn't.
えはいいえ。
They're here for Himuro.
Tonto,
They're here for
Himuro.
Himuro. They're here for Himuro. Himuro is wrapped up in all this somehow.
ここは何かと私たちにとって都合がいいから。潜伏しやすいし、いざという時に融通も利くし、手間も省けるし。で、あれ、もしかして私
You've made me
不安にさ
annoyed.
せちゃったかな。
You've made me annoyed.
別に。
In short, it sounded like they had business with the school itself, not me specifically. As for what that could have been, I had no clue.
俺には興味がないってことでいいのか。
そうでもないわよ。あなたがここにいるって分かった時は嬉しかったし、それにもしかしたらこれもお約束の枠内かもしれないしね。個人的にもあなたに興味は尽きないわ。
Well, thank you.
だってほら、何か運命的なものを感じるじゃない。
Please stop flirting. You just... At the moment, Rusalka, you don't have enough appeal. You don't have enough appeal to me.
そうだな。
It did indeed feel like this was all fate playing a cruel prank on me, right after I never wanted to meet these guys again. I suppose this was good enough for now. She's pretty sultry for sure, but I don't know, her way of behaving is just kinda, it's not clicking with me. I like her, but I don't go more than liking her. Leaning on the fence, I gazed up at the sky above while trying to think over the conversation I'd just had. I didn't feel like I understood any of the important stuff at all, but now I guess I'd at least know what hit me if I stepped on another one of their damned landmines. I took a deep breath in an attempt to calm myself down. I had to get my act together. What was I supposed to do now? How was I to deal with this? I couldn't understand half of what they were saying, but deep down there was one thing I intuitively knew. Even if I was not in any immediate danger, I couldn't be optimistic about the situation. After all...
ルサルカ。
何？
She was nuts. Abnormal. No matter how thick of a mask she put on, it couldn't mask the aura of danger she exuded. And remember, people, what is the rule about crazy?
お前が
If these
この
people...
学校で少しでも。
妙な真似をしたら許さない。
Oh, hell yeah, Ren.
本当に勇敢だよね。
Oh, I understand that, Railroad. Yeah, I get it. Yes, never stick the Vorpal blade in crazy.
あの時だってそう。ベイに立ち向かう姿勢なんて感動ものだったわ
Yeah,
よ。
the grass is greener on the other side. It's a common psychological effect.
でも、
That's why people often clamor for roots for characters that don't have them.
勝てない相手に挑むのが勇気と言わないことくらいわかるよね。
Well, what choice do I have? I can't just let you run amok. That was reckless, rash courage, a foolish act of narcissism. Yeah, I did know that much, which is why I couldn't say anything to it. A person who only fought those they could beat was a coward, but someone who was all bark and no bite ended up being a fool, nothing
う
more.
ん、あなたはそんなバカじゃない。だから私考えちゃうのよ。もしかしたら勝てる算段があったりするんじゃないのかな。言ったでしょ、あの時も。何かやろうとしてたんじゃないのって。
別に買いかぶりだ。
Ah, he's trying to get her to underestimate him.
そう？じゃあ単純に大和魂ってやつだったの？
Yes, Bushido,
武士道
Bushido,
精神
kamikaze.
神風特攻、敵前逃亡は指導不覚悟みたいな。
Yes, 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 yes.
今
yes.
こんな状況に身を置いていることも含めてね。
Rusalka gave her head a purposeful tilt. Damn it. Anyway, silence was no good. At this point I felt like I was a mouse being toyed with by a cat. She could kill me like a fly at the tiniest of mistakes. I was very much walking on thin ice here. With that said, though...
私これでも結構人生経験豊富なのよね。あなたの目には何かこう確信っていうのかな、自信みたいなものの色が見えるんだけど、もしかしてさ、自分はここで死ぬ人間じゃないとかって思ってる？
Oh, that's a Mercurius level. This was exactly the same as back then. Because Mercurius knows. The sensation of foreknowledge. Tell me, have you ever experienced the sensation of foreknowledge? Ascribing validity to foreknowledge is indeed in your very nature. You remain unlike one such as I, who craves desperately for the unknown. Hate her and love her, protect her and destroy her, act as my substitute, and lay waste to this law, this ghetto. That's Mercurius. I unknowingly staggered back a few steps. Rusalka laughed, yet her eyes gleamed with the same blade-like chill from that night last week. I felt dread, not from that stare, but the meaning behind her words. I wouldn't die here, so no matter how rash or foolish an action I took, the worst-case scenario would not come to pass. If so, I had nothing to fear. I felt certain of it. Like I had already known. Impossible. No, that couldn't be. I had no such power. I pressed my hand against my mouth, trying to fight off the sudden onset of nausea. After a few moments of simply staring at me, Rusalka spoke up in a sing-song voice.
あなた、とても面白いね。
Isn't Anata what they use, you know, when a housewife welcomes home her husband, doesn't she use Anata and it gets translated like dear? I know it's it's another word for you, basically. Like, you're talking about another person, like to another person. You're speaking to another person, you use it. I'm just wondering if she's being rather pseudo-lovey-dovey at the moment.
強いのか弱いのかわからない。黒いのか白いのかわからない。
Alright, it's more formal, but not necessarily endearing. I see.
なんか変。
My knowledge of the Japanese language is poor.
よくわからない。
And with that, Rusalka walked right past me.
おい、
大丈夫よ、心配しないで。レオンに合わせてあげなくちゃいけないし、おかしなことはしないわよ。
Ask her out, ask her out, ask her out, ask her out.
でもね、
Rusalka turned around to look at me, eyes narrowed. Her shadow was reflected against the wire mesh fence by the midday sun. There was something mysteriously suspicious about her silhouette.
私、もう昔とは違うんだよ。今ならザミエルにもシュライバーにもマキナにだって負けやしない。
Oh, she's souped up. She's better than she was back at the fall of the Third Reich.
だからあんまり甘く見てると
Rusalka, trust me, no one here is underestimating you. We don't even know what you can do. She then began to walk off, deciding to throw in a few barefaced remarks.
私は仲良くしたいと思ってるのよ。だってレン君可愛いしね。
Ha! Ha! Rusalka thinks I'm cute. Later, nerds.
じゃあね、
Later,
また教室
models.
で会いましょう。
And then she left, her sudden cheeriness in complete contrast with the conversation we'd just had a minute before. Stumbling over my words. As I was seeing her off, my lips unconsciously formed a few words. Get along with me? What a joke. Glancing towards the wire fence, I noticed the area touched by her shadow. And only that area had crumbled away. It fell apart along with the rust attached to it, almost like it had been there for decades. It no longer had any use as a fence. Oh baby, she has shadow magic. Get in there! Snake, get in there! Oh, I'll get in there. What would happen if she did the same thing in class? If it ever came to that, I'd have to do something about it, but... I need power. I need more power! What was I thinking just now? It was only for a moment, but I wished I could be just like them. Seriously, what was wrong with me? I was a human being, not a monster. I was not that Mercurius or that Zarathustra they were talking about. No chance in hell. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and a monster for a monster? A banal idea like that felt more like running from reality, if anything. It was thoroughly pointless, holding less value than someone's inane ramblings. I wanted neither to flee or lose. I couldn't let those guys stay in this school. I had to use my head and do something. But what? Ren is in a tough spot. Give him your energy. I feebly lied down on the ground, spreading my limbs out, thinking it wouldn't get me an answer. It never would.
前から思ってたんだがよ。あのバカ、なんであんなに口
Is it
軽いん
him?
だ?
Is it him? The man's voice rang with clear exasperation as he looked up into the air, heaving a sigh of pained understanding.
よくもまあ次から次にペラペラ
Oh
ペラペラ
damn, he's at the
あれ
the
で拷
track.
問の専門家ってんだから信じられねえよな。そう思うだろ?
Great. The one thing that scares us more than Rusalka, it's Bay.
まあ。おいよ。さっきから何黙りこくってんだお前はよ。レオン。
Oh no, Leon was
俺の
meeting
話
with
聞いてん
Bay,
のか?
not Himuro. But they still might be here for Himuro.
ああ
The girl, too, sounded irritated and sullen, as if indicating she hated breaking her silence. She leaned against the leafless tree located in an abandoned corner of the school grounds, shooting sarcasm right back at the man standing behind it.
無駄なおしゃべりが好きなのはそっちも同じことだろう。私に言わせ
Oh,
れば
now
どちらも
Bay
相
there
対
is
差ない
looking fine. My boy is looking fine.
それとも陰口を叩かれたのが気に入らないだけなのか。だとしたら案外強量なんだなとしか言うことはないんだな。
別に。
Kay really doesn't
あ
sound
れ
like a
は女の
schoolgirl.
特権だろ。そんなのいちいち気にしてられるか。第一、気づいて言ってるなら陰口じゃない。俺がこの陽気の中出歩いてるのをからかってるだけなんだろうよ。
なるほど。確かに私もそれには少し驚いた。
Alright, so he's probably not a vampire. Clear skies, as well as a warm breeze, so unlike winter. Kay couldn't help but produce a bitter smile, knowing it was precisely the kind of weather the man despised.
とにかくここでその鬱陶しい殺気を散らされるのは迷惑だ。お前がアルビノになったのは
He turned
私の
albino,
せい
what
じ
does
ゃな
that
いだ
mean?
ろ。
Yeah, third year Sukaban, I suppose. But she's in the same class as Ren and Kasumi, and I'm not sure they're third year. Yeah, Himuro's a senpai, so they're at least second years.
この陽気の中わざわざ出向いてきたのはどういう理由で。まさか先日の続きでもしに来たのか。
ああ、なんだお前。若えくせにいつまでも粘着だな。あんなもんはシャレだろシャレ。
笑えないにも程があったが。
そりゃお前の感性が鈍いんだよ。
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, they're all 18 or older. Everyone in this story is magically 18 or older.
だったら
That is the rule. That is the rule among these works.
アホか。言ったろ。
Yeah. So Rusalka is Malleus.
お前とマリウスでやってりゃいい。男のケツが悪いが興味
Not
ない。
interested in male tale. Snorting, Wilhelm glanced over at the school rooftop. He could perfectly perceive and understand the conversation taking place over 100 meters from him. He was neither using a listening device, nor did he rely on lip reading. In fact, he didn't even have a clear view, so how? Really good hearing.
2、3日中にシピーネが来る。お前、
Spine.
あいつに会ったことは？
5年ほど前に一度だけ。あまり好きなタイプじゃない。
Do any of you get along?
お前の好みなんか聞いてねえよ。
Like, do any of you round table freaks get along? It seems like all of you are at odds on some level or another.
とにかく 昔のつてでシュピーネにあのガキのことを調べてもらった。クリストフも何やら探ってたみたいだが、結果は白。
I
前
get
まで
it.
遡っても猿以外の血は混じってな
I
い。
get it. You have to have some sort of German blood in your veins in order to be one of these guys. So we're weird because Ren is fully Japanese. So Kay has like got some German in her, I think.
仲間が増えるとでも期待してたか。
別に。
Following a moment of what could be taken as either dejection or relief, Kay shook her head, then reverted back to her usual mask of sagacity.
それよりもらしくなく勤労だな。彼には興味がないんじゃなかったか？
Listen, I prefer powerful Illuminati anime cults where everyone is friends, okay? When I played Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days, I most liked the parts of the organization where like people were chilling together and hanging out, and you know, friendly relationships between co-workers. I like that kind of stuff. I like when there's a big group. I like when the powerful Illuminati anime cult. They're all mates. They're there for each other. They're friends. I mean, for the most part, Rare and the organization is at odds with each other, kind of. Like they can be kind of cold to each other. I just want everyone to get along and be one big happy evil family. Is that so wrong, mortals? I mean, if I was in one of these, and I would like to be in one of these, I would like to get along with my coworkers, I think.
結果的に興味がなくなったって話だよ。あのガキは増年金との枝じゃない。つまりメルクリウスに関係してる確率
Yeah,
は
what is the point in being in an Illuminati anime cult if you're not hanging out with your friends? None. Your friends are your treasure, mortals. Treasure them. Like I treasure you, because you're my friends. I hope that's not too forward of me.
が必ずしもゼロとい
Oh,
うわ
while
け
we're
じ
on
ゃ
the
ないだ
topic,
ろう。
actually, I've noticed that there was some talk on Twitter recently and other places about the DMing of VTubers, which I think is an interesting topic. You know, viewers hitting up VTubers DMs to talk with them about stuff. So I thought I typically have such anxiety about, you know, initiating a textual conversation. So I thought that while I'm streaming, I'd make my stance perfectly clear. If you want to talk to me, go ahead, because like, you guys are all awesome and cool, and I would love to talk to you, you know, if you guys want to talk to me. Don't feel compelled to or anything, but if you send me a DM, I'll respond. There. That's been established, and I didn't have to agonize for an hour over how exactly to word a tweet saying the same thing. I'm pretty sure that my DMs are set to fully open. I'm pretty sure the first thing I did when I got into Twitter was I set my DMs to fully open. The default isn't that, but like that was what I did before I even started streaming. I wanted to make sure that if somebody wanted to hit me up for whatever reason, that they could. No one. It's more the problem of like there's a lot of talk about it, but no one. Like I don't typically get DMs from viewers, so I just thought this is an interesting thing to be on the sidelines of in my position, because like, aside from the fact that I am a VTuber, I am for the most part one of you. Like I'm a viewer just like you. Like yesterday I popped into a really comfy stream. You guys know, of course you do. I assume you do. But you know Velik? She just started recently, and I've caught some of her streams, and she seems very lovely, and she draws great. It's very comfy. But I just kind of I said something in chat, and then like the next 3 replies were, "Oh hey Carmine," and such embarrassment. I put my hands up in front of my face. I was like, no, don't draw attention to me. I'm just another viewer. I'm just one of you. Please, I'm not. Don't draw any special attention to me. I just want to say that I really love the art, and I want to, I want to encourage this great new VTuber. But yeah, that's why. But yeah, I consider myself, for the most part, to be one of you. And for the same reason. And that's why I think it's great that viewers can DM VTubers and talk to them. I think that's the big appeal of indies, is that you can form a deeper relationship with the people who watch you. Well, no, that Red Rodent, that's different. Koopa is Dai Senpai. Koopa must be shown the proper respect. That's totally okay. I'm not saying you can't say hi to other VTubers, but. And I'm not saying you can't say hi to me, because I mean, that would be telling you what you can and can't say, and that's not against my personal philosophy. But I am not Dai Senpai. I'm just, one of you. But yeah, if you haven't, go check out Velik. The drawing stream was super comfy. She seems real lovely and nice. I'm bad at plugging, but luckily I assume all my viewers know whatever tuber I'm talking about, which is very nice. Although he tried to play it down with a disparaging sneer, something akin to a vicious shadow seemed to cloud over Wilhelm's expression. A kind of dread and repulsion, a vivid sense of fear, completely unlike him. Kay lightly raised her eyebrows.
そんなに危険な相手だったと。
ああ、やばいね。あいつはちょっとおかしすぎた。
Oh, is this talking about Mercurius? Yeah, that's what I like to see. Mortals of culture.
お前はやっぱり知らないだろうが、ザミエルやシュライバーでも一線引いてたくらいなんだぜ。波のイカレ野郎じゃなかったのよ。
I can't wait to have the full context for the entire roundtable and all their interpersonal relationships, because right now half of this is going over my head.
お前にそう言われたらおしまいのような気もするが、我らが副首領閣下殿は日本人がお嫌いだったということなのか？
いや、強いて言うならみんなだ。
Oh, a man after, well, I wouldn't say after my own heart. Anybody that I don't hate, I love, and anybody that I don't love, I hate. I think that's how it's best to describe me, because it is easy to do both of those things.
みんな？
あいつは全世界を舐め腐ってた。まあ、そこらは狩猟も同類だったし、だからこそ馬があったんだろうがよ。
Yeah, I know Red Rodent, but like, there's so much of it. There's so much. Like, if it was just one or two things, then yes. And like I'm intrigued. Don't get me wrong, but also a lot of it is kind of flying over my head. It's doing its job. I'm just kind of bantering.
横のつながりで猿にも甘い方だったが、あのホロコースト野郎がレーベンスボルンの落とし子以外に手つけるとも思えねえ。つまりメルクリウスが選ぶなら、俺たちと何らかの関わりがあるやつだ。
Ah, but what if Mercurius picked us, a pure Japanese-blooded person, entirely because we are lower than shit, so that we can show him the unpredictable?
何黙ってやがる。文句があるのか?
Yeah, if I ever do a second read-through.
いや。
Though she shook her head curtly, Kay did have certain doubts. Even if Mercurius matched Wilhelm's description of him, wouldn't that have only made him more likely to be less picky? Though he claimed that Mercurius was tolerant of his companions, Wilhelm was clearly avoiding him. Could they really have been so certain that someone like that considered them all special? Probably not. If you looked down on everyone, then it made no difference who he picked. Either Wilhelm or the rest of the old guard couldn't consider that, or they didn't wish to. At any rate, she would simply have to wait and see for now. Kay exhaled a brief sigh.
そちらの言いたいことを理解
A
し
brief
た。
sigh.
一応頭に入れておく。ただ、生異物の使い手なら間違いなく近くにいるな。この一帯人口密度と魂の数が合わないし、ひどく曖昧だから断定はできない。おそらく。
I've forgotten the name of Guillotine Girl.
あのガキか。
五分五分。いや、 6部4部は彼はそう
60-40,
いう
these
タ
are
イ
good
プだ
odds
と
for
思う
us.
から
These are very good odds models.
まあ実際キワモノに好かれそうな感じだわな。それにお前気づいたか？
Oh, hello there, big boy. Never apologize for getting carried away in your reps. I myself was late to start the stream because I accidentally... my alarm was too weak to rouse me. So we started 30 minutes late. Wilhelm gestured to the rooftop with a smirk.
あのガキ多分な。
そう
The rest of his sentence melted into the rustle of the wind, reaching only Kay's ears. Whatever he might have said, it made the girl's expression harder.
大方マレウスも同じように思って
Interesting. They think we're something specific.
好きだからな。それでお前はどうなんだ？親近感とか湧いたりするか？
興味がない
Her tone implied she had already forgotten. One could say she was being more indifferent than
ただそう
necessary.
なると7部3部まで上げるべきかもしれないな。
でも所詮ただのコッパだろうが。メルクリウスの術のせいで釣られて湧いただけだろうぜ。
だがお前たちは当初あれが当たりだと踏んだんだろ。
そうだが外れだったもんはしょうがない。黒煙卓に
No vacancies in the Obsidian Round Table. A conclusion with no room for argument. It didn't seem like Wilhelm was trying to distort her theory. That said, she couldn't agree with his stance of denying everything on the sole account that Ren Fuji was a pure-blooded Japanese. She was fed up with his difficult-to-understand elitism and racism, but that was how he had always been. She didn't have to take him up on every little thing.
そのあたりは別の誰かもう少し話のわかる相手に相談する。正体不明の生物とその使い手を、この時期放置しておくのもまずいから、とにかく今はそれも含めて慎重に行くべきだ。マスター不在でゲームを始めても仕方ないし、
I ask this of you, are you my
せい
master?
ぜい自重するんだな。
Seriously though, a lot of this is quite mysterious.
おい
We don't know what they're
そりゃ
doing
嫌味の
yet.
つもりか？
どうとでも取ればいい。ただ
However, there was one thing she wanted to make clear. With that in mind, Kay went on.
狩猟はハイドリヒ教は本当に戻ってくるのか。それが保証できない限りは。
ああ
Ooh boy.
俺やお前や他の全員が狂い損だな。まああの人ならそういう冗談もやりかねえんだ。
Lord Hydrick must be the blondie. He must be Goldilocks. They're trying to bring back Goldilocks.
無理を言う。そうなればお前も私もただの道化になるだけだ。それでもいいと。
Oh, please no, not more clowns.
なるほど道化か。そりゃそうだ。
ベイ、お前はいつまでふざけている。
まあ待てよ。落ち着きな。
Wilhelm lowered his tone, attempting to pacify the girl as he sounded a stifled chuckle. He was acting completely different from how he had been up until now.
お前はあの人のことを分かってねえよ。生まれる前だから仕方
I
ない。
wonder how Kay became a member of the Round Table, a replacement for somebody else, considering she was born after all the other ones. She's the one member of the new guard.
戻ってくると思う。
Well, aside from us.
前にも言ったんだ。
But where's Zarathustra?
四半世紀も生きてないちんけな猿の人生観であの人を測ろうなんて思うな、レオン。あれは悪魔だ。他にふさわしい言葉を俺は知らない。さしずめ愛すべからざる光の金。おう、時よ止まれ。汝は核も美しい。
The harbinger of beguiling light. Halt, O time, for thou art fair beyond words. Interesting. In contrast to the puzzled Kay, Wilhelm's suppressed laugh continued without end, as soon warped by madness.
メフィストフェレス。狩猟の将軍は知っている。
Ah, he's
なら
Mephistopheles.
ファウストは。
この町さ。
This... Oh, this whole city is Faust? That means they're going to make a deal with...
契約はあの時にベルリンで狩猟とメルクリウスが交わしてる。証拠に見ろよこの町を。これは
Yeah, they built this city
おかげなんだぜ。
on rock and roll.
あとは悪魔が出やすいように地獄を作ってやればいいのさ。
こんな風にか。
Kay gave the trunk she'd been leaning against the light punch. Perhaps it was an optical illusion, but right before she did, the bark looked like it was wriggling like entrails. Oh my god, are we in a... Oh no. Is the city itself alive?
お前が何に興奮するの
Is
も
it,
勝
is
手
it
だが
hell? Is it actually
自
hell?
重しろと言っ
Is
た
it
のを
not just
忘れない
a
でほしい
metaphor?
な注意殿ここは私とマレウスの領域だ犯すなら
We built
それなりの
this
覚悟を
city
してもら
on
うぞ
rock and roll. Love it. That's a great song.
ツンケンすんなよ。俺はお前がここをスワスチカの一つにできるとは
Oh
思えない
boy.
んでね。
If that's like what happened to Berlin, then oh boy, no, no,
つ
no,
ま
no,
り
no,
それ
please no.
は舐めているのか
なに老婆心だよ。俺もマレウスも年だからな。お前は違うだろケイちゃんよ。お似合いじゃねえかその格好。かわいいぜ。
After giving Kay's uniform an appraising look, Wilhelm went on.
普通に生きて恋して遊んで泣いて笑って純愛感動青春万歳。低能な劣等どもが喜びそうな飴玉だらけの箱じゃねえか。お前の憧れだろうがや。だからてよく夢見てたいならそう言いな。俺が代わりに猿の血で我慢してやるからよ。ほら、ああ、返答は
くだらないな
Taking a step forward, Kay turned to look back at Wilhelm.
私をからかうにしろ言葉を選べ以後侮辱は許さない
はあ、余計なお世話か。ならお前分かってるよな。
愚問が好きだなそれとも頭が悪いのか時を止まれ汝は核も美しいそう言わせてほしいんだろういくらでも言わせてやるさ
面白い。二言はねえな、東洋人。
Oh, is halt o time for thou art fair beyond words some sort of oath they take?
誓ってほしいか自称アーリア人
Wilhelm made no answer, instead letting out a laugh filled with malice. Though it shouldn't have been particularly loud, all birds in the vicinity scrambled off into the distance, away from the trees.
そうかいそうかい。こいつはいいぜ。せいぜいマレウスに先こ。
Using a brief moment when the sunlight was hidden in a rift in the clouds as his cue, Wilhelm took off. As his presence gradually vanished, Kay muttered a brief phrase to herself.
尺に触る
He's not the most friendly peach in the batch. After all, it had been known since ancient times that men with overly loose tongues were good for nothing. Well, I can think of a few things. Contrary to my mood, classes today ended without incident. Classmates around me were getting up from their desks, ready to head home or chatting about things of little consequence. Doesn't look like they'll be suspending school after all. Think club activities will start up back up soon? Not until they catch the killer. Do you still think they're in the city? Dunno, but why'd they suddenly stop killing? Heck if I know, but they might not be able to hold themselves back for much longer, if that's what they're doing. Like maybe they're about to blow. Whoa, that's scary, let's hurry on home. They were right on that count, not the whole killing part, but rather that I was reaching my mental limit. It had only been about a week since the killing stopped, but the murderer was taking 2 victims per day up until then, so those girls' prediction probably wasn't off. Everyone must have been thinking the same thing. The killer is gone, or maybe they'll return and kill even more people per day than before. Unfortunately, I knew very well that the former was unlikely. The killer was in the city. He was holding his breath, restraining his impulses, disguising himself as an ordinary citizen, holding himself back even at this very moment as he...
なんてな。
I muttered a brief phrase of self-deprecation. I'd been having all these worthless thoughts ingrained in me thanks to my talk with Rusalka earlier.
どうしたのレイ君眠そうだけど寝てない
Oh,
の
you're one to talk! You're one to talk? Come on. That's ridiculous. However, it would have been too much of a... Hold on. Once you eliminated the impossible, whatever remained, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Rusalka's words. It was too sound of an argument for me to refute it. Hold on. I have a hiccup. There we go. However, it would have been too much of a problem to simply admit it was correct. First of all, I simply didn't want to readily agree to what she told me.
ねえなんで睨むのよ
A Rusalka lap pillow does sound pretty nice.
うるさいな。
Sounds like a bed of kings.
早く帰れよ。目障りだ。
うわひっと かご機嫌斜めだね。私邪魔かな？
I mean, yeah, they do, because like the daily life stuff is just, you know, it's usually there to establish that it exists. Because normally yeah, you'd like to see how they relate to mundane Japanese class lessons, but this, I mean, the foreign exchange students seem to speak, well, only one of them is foreign. She seems to speak Japanese pretty well. I think they're fine with it, but yeah, they do gloss over that because, you know, you gotta cut everything that isn't important to the story. Usually when they have just kind of casual daily life stuff, it's to make the reader treasure the daily life. Like with Higurashi. There's a lot of, you know, casual daily life stuff in Higurashi When They Cry that makes you value it. Should it go away.
邪魔だ。
From an outsider's perspective, it might have looked like I was bullying her, but I'd never been one to care about appearances to begin with.
一緒に帰りたいとか思ってるんだけど、ダメ？
ダメだな。お前らが帰った後に俺も帰る。
I wouldn't be able to remain calm otherwise. I sent her a glare that conveyed that very same sentiment, but Rusalka responded with a laugh like it didn't concern her. I couldn't believe this girl.
それくらいにしときなさい。しつこい女は嫌われるわ
Oh,
よ。
thanks, Kay. Just then, rescue arrived from an unexpected source as Sakurai took control of the grumbling
だ
Rusalka.
いたいあなたは昼間誘われたでしょ。
Oh
それで
boy.
満足しなさいよ。
I hope Kasumi didn't hear this.
でもまだ話足りないのに。
拗ねてもダメ。それからあんまり子供っぽいこと言ってると余計に嫌われるだけなんじゃない？
Assuming direct control.
じゃあなに？レイ君は大人っぽい子が好きなわけ？
Yes! I mean, a little bit. Just a little bit.
俺の好みなんかどうでもいいだろ。さっさとどっか行ってくれ。
Yes.
そう。じゃあ私たちは失礼するけど。藤井君も。
Turning back to me, Sakurai made a frown.
なんだよ。
Her eyes look kind of uneven now that I'm looking at them like this. She gave me one hell of a glare. I began instinctively backing up,
綾
but...
瀬さん、藤井君の顔色が良くない。見てあげて。
Ah, Red Rodent, you had nothing. You had nothing.
私？
そう。友達なんでしょ？彼、なんだか今にも倒れそうよ。
Kasumi looked at me with a startled expression. She would always come over to me even if no one called her. So what was she doing now? She hadn't even gotten ready to go home yet.
私たちは帰るから、あとお願いね。
その、ありがとう、桜井さん。
I'm annoyed that you're speaking to her, Leonhardt.
どういたしまして。それじゃあ、
Yes, it was your
行くわよ、シュベ
imagination.
ーゲリ。
Nah, I kid. I'll say... No, I kid. It's, I won't hide it. I won't hide it. That is my type, indeed.
なんか私だけ蚊帳の外。
Though she said all that, Rusalka proceeded to leave the classroom at Sakurai's urging. Once I confirmed that they were gone, I breathed a mental sigh of relief. I didn't know what Sakurai was thinking, but I've been saved for now. That said,
その、レン、大丈夫？
how was I supposed to deal with her?
なんか本当に顔色悪いね。ごめん、私気づかなくて。
いいよ、
Oh,
別に。
Kasumi, you're such a
実
kind
際
soul.
大
You're
し
an
たことじ
angel.
ゃない。
でも、
大丈夫。
I wasn't like some old man who'd collapse in a heap from not getting enough sleep for a mere 7 days. I responded to Kasumi in the most cheerful tone I could muster.
それよりお前、今日も剣のお稽古なんだろ。付き合うから早く支度しろよ。
だけど、
Exactly, yes. Which is why I'm kind of disappointed that the nun doesn't get a root. All we got was a peck on the cheek.
あんたは先に帰った方がいいんじゃない？寝ないとダメだよ。
It'd be worse if I fell asleep. I obviously couldn't say that though. I was grateful that she worried about me, and the fault lay with me for letting my exhaustion show. But I had to get my way here. If I couldn't rest anyway, it was better to be with Kasumi than to go home to an empty apartment. Admittedly, I did feel pathetic about it, but what could you do? I like how he isn't worried that he'll fall asleep around Kasumi and hurt her. He knows he'll never do that, even no matter what. He won't let himself. I felt much more at ease with her
ボディ
around.
ーガードなしで帰るなんてそんな怖いことできないな。 しっかり守ってくれなきゃ困る。
私真面目に言ってるのに。
俺も真面目に言ってるんだけどな。
どこがよ、もう嘘ばっかり。いいわよ、わかった、わかりましたよ。あん
What
た
he got
が
has
そ
been
ん
a
な
gag
感じ
for
な
a
ら
while.
本当は稽古中止にしたいんだけど。
He's always been making. He wants to protect her, but he keeps making jokes about her protecting him. So, you know, to save face. It's adorable, really.
習慣なんだろ。続けた方がいい。
そう言うと思ったから困ってるんじゃない。私も
I'd like to see Kasumi in casual clothes again. It's been a while. I was going to drop a line about how truly diligent she was, but I stopped myself. There was no need to mock her. I yawned in the middle of that, sorry.
じゃあなるべく早いとこ済ませてくれよ。
偉そうに言わないでよね、この不健康児が。
I like that they can always fall into this natural rapport. They really have a bond. And with that exchange out of the way, we finally left the classroom. I watched over Kasumi's practice session, as I'd always had. But today, she was putting in more spirit than usual, exuding a somewhat blood-curdling aura. Yeah, let's have a look at this again. For those who didn't see it last time, from last stream, observe. We'll have a couple minutes. In fact, I'm going to go get a drink right now, since we're about to hit the 2-hour mark. I'm going to go get another drink to refresh myself, because this is thirsty work. And what better place to leave off on? So I'm gonna skedaddle off. See you guys in 5 minutes tops. Well, it'll be like a minute or two at most, but we'll resume in 5 minutes. Something like this. Hello again. Yeah, this is, they started constructing this all the way back in the Third Reich. I assume that this place is like, they call it Shambhala. I'm pretty sure that it's because they, yeah, hello again. We're just gonna chat until the 5-minute mark. I'm pretty sure that because Japan was allies with Germany in World War II, they managed to like get the stuff to construct this hellish city back then, and it's, you know, developed ever since. But people becoming stronger, more violent in this area, that certainly is an interesting theory. I think that might be the case, but I'm not sure. Also, while we're still paused on this, appreciate Kasumi. Kasumi appreciation. Kasumi remains head and shoulders best girl. They haven't missed yet. Well, I mean, Leonhardt's a bit of a miss for me, honestly. But But I'm sure that I'll discover more about her and, you know, get to like her. But, Kasumi, a clear best. And obviously the first one we will go, the first heroine we will be going for, mortals. So yeah, look at that. The sweat on her neck, dripping down her chin, the focused expression, the determined gaze. And is that... I can't tell if she's breathing out steam or something. Either way, she's working really hard. The perfect picture of the determined tomboy. I couldn't have said it better myself. While we're on this specific scene, let me just mention about something that is justice when it comes to aesthetics. A personal favorite aspect of mine, of the female form, is the nape of the neck. The back of the neck. I like it when it's possible to see the back of the neck. And normally, if a girl has long hair, you can't see the back of the neck. But with short hair, you can see the back of the neck, and that gives short hair an edge. However, if a woman with long hair puts it up into something like twin tails, you can see the nape of the neck. And there's also side tails and ponytails are very interesting because if they're done in a certain way, you can't see the nape of the neck from behind, but you can still see it from like the side at an angle. There's some real appeal there, mortals. There's some real appeal there. But this is the short-haired back of the neck. Yes, it's very great. A long-standing appeal in Japanese culture. The Japanese, they get it right. I wonder if I have that particular viewpoint simply by being exposed to so much Japanese media all my life. I wonder. But it's justice, in my opinion. It's pure justice. All right, we've had 5 minutes. Everybody has burned this image into their brains and into their souls. I usually just sat down and nodded off as I watched her. All thoughts of sleep left me in the face of that drive. Before I knew it, I was watching her practice in a state of awe. Oh, she's determined, she's determined! I had to revise my opinion. She truly was serious about this. I found it impressive enough that she trained by herself every day without a break, but there was also that earnestness of hers. I honestly could have never done that. I know, right, Ren? Right, we're in the same boat here. It's admirable. I wasn't particularly fickle with things, but for the longest time now, I had this habit of never putting any real effort into anything I did, and now it was too late for me to find something I could genuinely be serious about. When you did everything in such a wishy-washy, half-assed way, even that flow of time would want to take a break and slow down, or so I thought. It's, not only is it his philosophy, his personal philosophy about slowing time down by being boring, coming back to the fore, but also, it's, Rusalka called him half-baked. He's a half and half. That prolonged day-to-day life was initially shattered by Shiro, and now by those freaks. I can't wait till Shiro comes back. Shiro hasn't been around since the start. This was pointless. Thinking about all that now wouldn't change a thing. I slammed my head into the wall as I sat cross-legged in a corner of the dojo, making sure I was quiet enough not to disrupt practice. I seriously had to get over this terrible habit of trying to instantly remember the most useless of things. Otherwise, I'd fall into a cycle of self-loathing and turn into a pessimistic mess. If I could just neatly and nicely chuck all my pain and worries out the window. That'd be nice and all, but I knew full well that I couldn't do that, which is why I kept worrying and suffering. Honestly, 100% agree. I'll bet you dollars to donuts that Goldilocks is Shiro. And Shiro is Goldilocks. Like Shiro is the Ren equivalent to Mercurius. Like Ren is to Mercurius as Shiro is to Goldilocks. So he'll be the final boss, and we'll just get another super dramatic beatdown, like how they fought before, but this time at full power. I wondered if Kasumi had to deal with things like that too. Despite her short temper, simplicity, liveliness, and questionable femininity... Hold on, I need a drink. Because it sounded like I read something stupid just now. There's nothing questionable about Kasumi's femininity. Do I have to do a lecture on tomboys and how tomboys are feminine as hell? Do I have to do that? Do I have to school you, Ren? Do you not understand that not only is it the gap, but also the fact that the woman is doing such clearly masculine, traditionally masculine activities, while also while also being someone whose femininity is not in question, who looks beautiful while doing all these things. That's the appeal, Ren. Her femininity is not in question. Look at how beautiful she is while doing kendo. Look at that. That's the mark of high quality tomboy. She can kick ass and look beautiful while doing it. That's the power. That's the dream. There's nothing questionable about it whatsoever. Tomboys are they possess an appeal based in the appeal of the tomboy is based in femininity. Only a fool would say that it is simply, oh, it's a girl being masculine and thus is less appealing. You don't get it. You don't get it. It's a complex topic. There are many elements at work that you don't understand, Ren. You fool. All right, I'm sorry. I've gotten a bit heated. We shall continue. Some truly just don't get it again. They just don't get it at all. The fools. The fools! Anyway. I knew she had an apparently delicate side to her, or at least I tried to keep it in mind. I mean, we'd known each other a long time and everything. So perhaps all this practicing was a coping mechanism for that, like a ceremony she conducted to quell her raging heart. I took in Kasumi's breathing. She breathed in, then out, inhaling another deep breath. The sheer ferocity of her strike was clear and evident to even a complete amateur like myself, causing me to tense up all over. Not bad, Kasumi. That was cool. Are you finally properly watching her now? I would normally make a quip like that, but Kasumi looked extremely serious as she readjusted for another strike. I'd probably be risking my life by teasing her at a moment like this. Seemed like she was going to keep on going, but I found myself getting a little doubtful as I took note of how strained her face looked. It's because it's training that she's taking it seriously, Ren. She's worried about you. No point in training if one was just going to slack off, that much I agreed with. Taking it seriously was fine and all, but this felt entirely too violent. That technique she just pulled off was indeed amazing. So good that if it was a picture, you'd want to frame it and hang it up on the wall. But with the title, Killing Blow. In other words, to use a cliched expression, she was frenzied. She was swinging her bamboo sword with the intent of killing her imaginary opponent. She is a beautiful berserker! A deadly flower. At least it looked that way to me.
Kasumi? Oi!
Kasumi made no answer. I couldn't tell if she was ignoring me or if she was just too absorbed in her practice. I didn't get it. It was Kasumi herself who once told me that a blade could not only kill a foe, it could also save a life. She explained that Kendo's history of teaching techniques to murder people ended with the westernization movement in the Meiji era. From then on, Kendo was taught not about how to kill, but how to keep others alive. Wasn't Kasumi the ace disciple who, while smiling ear to ear, told me all about how a sword was meant for protecting others? Hell, hearing it even made me embarrassed. So what in the world was she doing now? Why do you swing your blade with bloodlust? For a moment, I could have sworn I spotted Kasumi's lips sliding into a sinister grin. MB, like 10 minutes ago, you predicted that people were going to be slowly become stronger, more violent in this area. Are you a wizard? Are you a... Do you also possess an all-seeing eye? I don't... I suddenly find myself, mortals, filled with a rage deep in my heart, beyond anything else, towards the people who have constructed this hell, this Shambhala. Because if they have fucked with Kasumi's mentality, I will kill them. I will kill them slowly and without mercy. I will rip their limbs apart. I will tear them asunder. They will be in a million tiny pieces. I will carve them up like grotesque ice statues. Their blood shall be as a fountain. I shall bathe in it. I'm mad. I'm mad. That they would do this to Kasumi. I'm mad, mortals. I'm furious. My heart suddenly sprang up for no reason.
Kasumi.
A single swing from Kasumi shattered the training dummy to splinters. I couldn't believe my eyes. She'd blown a mounted and armored training dummy from its pedestal clear to the other end of the dojo. There was no technique or skill to the act. It was a blow encompassing all her might, as well as a strike otherwise impossible to pull off with her strength. Ren, go and hug her right now. Go and hug her right now, Ren. You gotta get her out of this. Holy shit, what the hell was that?
Oi!
I hurried over to Kasumi.
お前、いきなり何やってんだよ!
I grabbed her by her shoulders, giving them a quick shake. She made no answer and was clearly spacing out, but after a few moments, light finally returned to her eyes.
Ren.
That's possible. Yes, hug now. That's possible. That's possible that could be the case for Kasumi. But I feel like it might be the other one.
何よいきなり。
何よ。
Yeah, thank God she's back to normal. Thank God, thank God, thank God. That strike of hers bent the bamboo sword right near the middle. Not even an adult male could have pulled that off. She seems unusually strong too, which leaves more credence to the first theory. Judging from her reaction, she did not seem to be aware of her own actions. Though I hesitated whether or not to tell her, I couldn't exactly hide it from her either. Kasumi found herself at a loss for words as she raised the bent bamboo sword in her hand up to her eyes.
これ、私が。
Yeah, a Shinai doesn't break easily. That was superhuman strength.
とりあえず手離せ。こんなの握ってると怪我する。それから片付けは俺がしとくから着替えてこいよ。帰ろうぜ。
でも。
Kasumi.
I knew it was kind of unlike me, but I gently gave Kasumi's hair a light ruffle.
俺、腹減ってんだよ。早く帰って何か食わないとしな。
After I pried her fingers off the handle of the bamboo sword, Kasumi gave me a feeble nod and hurried off into the changing room. I was confused. What was that?
女にはそういう日もあるみたいだし。
Ren, the supernatural is at your doorstep, and you seriously think this act is related to Kasumi's period? You fool! No, I think she said. I think her saying that she did that is her realizing, wait, I did that, and being real confused about it, because she knows she did it because she's holding the sword. She does seem pretty out of it, pretty dazed. Ultimately, that stupid remark did nothing to clear the oppressive atmosphere within the dojo. Them women's and their periods. But seriously, like what?
お疲れ。
I wordlessly took Kasumi's bag after treating her to a soda.
何すんのよ。
Kasumi, you're in even worse shape than Ren right now. Let him do this for you.
荷物持ち。やってやるからいつまでもしょぼくれるなよ。気持ち悪い。
ありがとう。
She is mad depressed.
でもいいよ。
She must remember the
良く
blood
ないで
loss.
しょ。
今のお前よりかマシだ。
私は別にそんなわけじゃ。
だったらちゃんとしろよ。ほら。
I then gave her a slap on the butt with her bag to basically no reaction. She definitely wasn't in the right mind.
帰ろうぜ。
They have taken Kasumi's smile from us, and for that they can never be forgiven. We will kill them all. And without further conversation, we headed on home. Kasumi remained unusually quiet. She responded when prompted, but I couldn't tell if she was listening or not, as she only gave half-hearted replies. Man, I couldn't quite get honor students like her. To think that she would get this upset over breaking only one piece of school equipment. Oh, I couldn't get honor students like her. I figured it was best to just conveniently forget the extraordinary circumstances of that dummy's destruction. Regardless of how it happened, this was ultimately not a big deal. It's a massive deal! The question was, how could I get that across to her?
なあ、去年プールの女子シャワー室がぶっ壊れたの覚えてる？
Oh, I hope she's okay physically. I hope she didn't go into overdrive. No, I think it was magical. I think it was magical in nature. I don't think her limiters were turned off. Girls' shower room, huh?
いきなり。
だから女子シャワー室水が出なくなったことはあったよな。
あったような気がするけど。
あれ俺のせい。
Wait, it's his fault the girls' shower room at the pool broke last year?
は？
正確にはシローのせいっていうか、とにかく原因はあいつなんだけど、やったのは俺。我ながらうまく隠蔽したんだけどバレちゃったな。
Wait, why did they do that?
内緒にしとけよ。
Why did they turn off the girls' shower room? Like, why did they make it so that the water stopped?
つまり何が言いたいのよ。
Why would they do that? You're not going to explain? Why did Shiro get you to do that?
お前右の胸にほくろあるよな。
Oh, mortals. This guy. It's all thanks to Shiro. Ren would never have done that without Shiro. Shiro was what helped him with that. What a legend. What a legend, Shiro. Thank you, Shiro, for coming up with such a wonderful plan. Yeah, a Ren offering a lap pillow would be great. She has a mole on her right breast. I wonder where. Though I'm not imagining it. Just, you know, an idle thought. Say what?
いや、シローのやつがな言ったんだよ。某占いによると胸にほくろのある女が俺にとって一生の。
She has a mole on her breast.
とにかくそういうのになるって。
The fortune teller said that the woman with the mole on her breast was Kasumi is Ren's soulmate. Confirmed. Confirmed.
俺はそういうの信じないから、そんなやつが都合よくいるはずないって言ったら、じゃあかけようかってことになって、次の体育の時間、二人で天井裏から忍び込んだっていうオチだ。
In before every girl in the game has one. Oh, that would be hilarious if so. I don't think we'll get to see proof in this. I don't think we'll get to see proof in this one.
1万円かけてたんだよ。
A 10,000 yen bet.
身近にそういう女がいるかいないか。
Oh, he had to pay Shiro 10,000 yen. Isn't that like... Is that $100 or $10? Because that's a big difference. I hope it was a $10 bet. $100! Oof, that's a big bet. That's a big bet. I looked up into the air in mock exasperation. I flicked the paralyzed Kasumi's right breast and went on.
つけてんじゃねえよ、このバカ。俺の1万円返してくれ。
Oh, Ren. Come on. Ren. Oh.
さあ、とっとと帰ろうか。
ちょっとあんた待ちなさい。
I peeped on you and lost $100. Pay me.
何じゃ何あんたら二人して私の着替え覗いてたって嫌がるわけ
Yep.
いや、別にお前に焦点を絞ってたわけじゃないぞ。
はっきりして
Facts were facts.
覗いてた。
このド変態が
Oh, we've got Kasumi back. Ren, you selfless hero, revealing this to her for the sake of getting her smile back. You legend. You absolute legend. She's back with passion. After reclaiming her bag, Kasumi mercilessly delivered one hell of a
お
hit.
前角で殴るな鼻血出てるぞ
やかましいわねこの変態。何私の知らないところでバカぶっちぎりの勝負してく
Ah,
れ
it's
てん
good
の
to
よ。
be back to normal.
落ち着けほくろ
誰がほくろよ。私のおっぱいに何か文句があるっての。
He might have. I mean, he might hold himself against your breast, but other than that.
俺は1万円の損害を被ったんだ
Listen, I'm pretty sure that if Ren wanted to get destroyed by someone, it would be Kasumi. And like he's trying to cheer her up. He's oh, it was worth.
うるさい。黙れ。
Yeah. I can't believe, Kasumi, that your breasts cost him $100.
シロはともかくあんたはそんなことしないやつだと思ってたのに。
だってあいつが挑発するから
あんな高速バカの口車になんかはいはいなるな。もうバカバカバカバカバカ。
Oh.
大体なんでよ。
Yeah, I'm afraid of that too, actually, because then the emotional damage on Kasumi will be severe if she actually deals a near-fatal blow to Ren.
はい
だからなんであのバカ急にそんなことを言い出したのよ。
知らん
That guy's thoughts had always existed on another dimensional plane ever since we were kids.
ただ単に俺をからかいたかっただけじゃないのかもしくは金がなかったか
どういう意味よ。
だからイカ様だったんだよあいつ前から知ってた
Ah, he already knew that Kasumi had a mole on on her breast. Oh my god.
ガキの頃俺たち何度か一緒に風呂入ったことがあったよな
Oh, he just recalled
そ
it
の時の
from
こ
when
と
they
覚
bathed
えてた
together
だけ
as
なんだよ
kids.
金
Smart.
渡してからそう言いやがった
Smart. No, Ren is not looking for that. Ren is not looking for that. Thanks to that, I ended up getting a little pissed off, and in my rage, I accidentally broke one of the valves, which ended up stopping the water. Okay. So that's why the water was stopped. It wasn't stopped deliberately. It was an accident. Kasumi heaved large breaths, no doubt exhausted from swinging her bag around so much. After approaching her, I delivered another flick. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing.
何よ変態。
Hentai!
けどそう考えると不公平だな
は
俺が忘れたっていうのにあいつだけ覚えてるってのはなんかこ
Oh, how sweet, Ren. You wish you had remembered the mole on her breast.
うお前この際だからもう一回俺と入ろうぜ
He has done it! Mortals, he has done it. He has become a million times more interesting. He has become a man who is a man when it counts. Ladies and gentlemen, Ren Fuji! I'd rather not see Kasumi as drawn by Space Jin.
あんたいきなり何言い出すのよ。
Come on, come on, come on. Seal the deal.
嫌なのか
いやその別に
Ha!
そ
She
んなわ
does!
けじゃなく
She's
て
in. She's into it.
だって本当に子供の頃だし私もよく覚えてないし今更言われてもほら困るし。
Just start dating her already, you coward.
ちょっと傷つくな
だからなんで急にそんなこと言い出すのよ。昔とは違うんだから私もその恥ずかしいし。
She began muttering something or other about how she was not ready for this yet.
別に白がどうとかそういうことじゃないんだよ。今更お風呂とか言われても昔みたいにやっぱりさだから嫌がってるとかそういうのとは違くてどっちかというと嬉しくなかったりしないこともないなんて思わないこともなかったりするような気がしないでもないんだけど。
Lads, we did it. We got flustered Kasumi. Justice has been served on this day. On this day, Ren was a man, and he gave us flustered Kasumi. Praise be. In fact, let's repeat this voice line as soon as we can.
今からするとか言われたら
She's still going fast.
ね
Never mind. She's still going fast.
っていうか分かってよ。
Oh. Yes, yes, yes. Ren-sama. I kneel. Post-practice hand massages. Hands are very important to her club. Yeah, he'd have to learn that, but yeah, that'd be good. Good starting point.
聞いてる？
かすみ。
何よ？
Is he gonna say he was joking? After placing my hands firmly on her shoulders, I went on in a calm tone.
お前さ、やっぱりすごい単純だよな。
You fucked it up! Sorry about that.
は？ってあんた！
I can't believe it, Ren. You were this close. You couldn't stick the landing. You couldn't stick the dismount, could you, Ren? You just had to do that at the end there.
今度から単純キングと呼ばせてくれ。
Yep. Everybody stand up. Everybody stand up. There's no more kneeling. Give your knees a workout. Stand right back up. Get out of your chair. Stand. There's no... There's no kneeling at all. I can't believe you, Ren. You made me think that you were good for a second. Come on, man. You were so close, though. Why would you... Well, at least she was back to being her cheerful self for now. She whacked me with her bag, then delivered both kicks and punches. With this much power, maybe she could break another training dummy or two. I figured that was the best way to sum it up for now. She was so close. He was so close. She was totally willing to bathe with him, and he
なんで公園なんかに来てんだ
You're
よ。
simple-minded. Oh god, she brought him to the park. We went back home for a moment, but Kasumi immediately dragged me out and took me around the city. What was she up to? Now taking me to a diner because she said cooking would be a pain I could still get. The problem came after that. She took me all around to the clothes store, shoe store, arcade, karaoke bar, and a bunch of other places. Sure, I decided to go along with it and didn't even feel like grumbling, but I just couldn't make heads or tails of the situation, because this was basically like a date. This wasn't the first time we'd done something similar, but why now of all times?
疲れた？
Ah, there's Kasumi in her cool outfit. Cool jumper. Cool jacket.
結構な。
Oh, she wanted to make Ren tired. My voice reflected those words as I carried a whole bunch of shopping bags in my hands. Why would she walk around town so leisurely during these times, though? There was a limit to how reckless one could be. Most of the sighs I'd been letting out were aimed towards myself. Judging from how Rusalka acted earlier, there seemed to be no immediate danger, but I could still be hard-pressed to call this a smart move. I suppose.
買いすぎだろこれ。生活費とか大丈夫か？
平気。っていうか気にしない。
ストレス解
解消しなくちゃね。
俺のストレスは？
今日は荷物持ちじゃなかったの？
Well, yeah, I suppose I did, but...
きついならちょっとだけ休憩していく？
いや、それは。
The sun had completely set in the time we'd been walking around to the point where it was already pitch black around us. Please, no. I checked my watch to find it was 7:50 p.m. It wasn't particularly late just yet, but we were getting there. This place was normally packed with couples, but right now we could only spot 3 or 4 other pairs aside from us.
何俺そわそわして。
Of course I'm
も
scared.
しかすると怖がったりしてる？
なんでだよ。
本当に？なんか態度変くない？
Crap. Why was she only perceptive at weird times like this?
大丈夫だって。他にも人結構いるし、いざとなったら私が守るし。
You'll protect me? Who'll protect you?
本当は誰もいないと思ってたんだけどね。だからほら、休憩。
Well, we were in view of other people, so I figured it'd be fine. My nerves have been wearing out over the past few days, and having Kasumi drag me around town exhausted me physically as well. If it was only for a little bit, then I suppose the quick 15 minutes couldn't hurt. If I tried to rush us back home, she'd get suspicious. Once I finished worrying it over, I sat down on a bench, trying to endure the ominous chill rushing down my spine. I made an effort to talk as carefreely as possible in order to hide it.
最近事件がなかったし、楽観主義のやつも結構いるみたいだな。
私みたいな。
あ、お前筆頭。で、それより誰もいなかったらなんかあるのか？
何もないけど、他に人がいると恥ずかしいじゃない。
そうか？
It wasn't like we were doing anything embarrassing. Well, maybe not us. Couldn't say the same for the others here.
うわ、すごっ。
お前はお前で何覗
Ah,
き
she's
やってんだ
peeping on a
よ。
couple making out.
だって目に入っちゃうんだからしょうがないじゃない。
だったらこっち来いよ。そんなとこに一人でいるから余計なものが目に入る。
余計ってことはないんじゃない？一応みんな真剣なんだろうし。
Love her sleeves and how they're a bit too long for her hands. Super best friends. I think it's a bit more than that.
俺らには関係ないことだろ
It's got nothing to do with us. In the end, they were just strangers. I let out a sigh while staying on the bench, paying me no heed whatsoever. Kasumi kept looking around restlessly.
見てあれ、始まっちゃったよ。
あ
ダメ、見ちゃダメ。
あどっちなんだよ
What the hell, Kasumi? You lecture?
その
Kasumi looked at me all bashful and fidgety, her cheeks flushing red. It was totally unlike her.
隣座っていい？ね
まあ変なことしないんなら
え、何を変なことって失礼ね。
そういうことだよ
Ren, you're on a date with her. She began swinging her bag and shouting, "Good job, King
こっぱず
Simple-Minded."
かしいんならさっさと座れよこの代わり暴力禁止な
あんたが余計なこと言わない限りしないわよ。
じゃあ黙っとく
いいや、それもダメ。
Kasumi smiled widely and sat down next to me.
そのさっきはごめんね。いろいろ。
あ
Honestly, I didn't really know what she was apologizing for. Probably the whole dojo incident.
私がやったのに片付けとかさせちゃって、変な気とかも使わせちゃって、こんな時間まで無理に付き合わせたりしちゃったりして、
Yeah, Ren didn't do a half bad job.
なんか今日レンに甘えてばっかりだね。呆れてない？
別にいつも呆れてるしそれに最初の2つはどうでもいいだろお前掃除下手だから片付けなんかさせられな
Ren,
いし
stop cloaking
次のも
yourself
別
so
に気
much.
使ったわけじゃないしまあ最後のだけはちょっとだけ勘弁してほしいんだけど
ああ、ひどいな。私としてはむしろそこだけ多めに見てほしいんだけど。
現在進行中なのにか
現在進行中だからこそなの。
Kasumi then grabbed hold of my hand and gently placed something into my palm. I heard the clinking of a chain, something hard to the touch. What was this?
プレゼント。迷惑かけたお詫びも兼ねてね。
Oh, she gave us a necklace.
どうこれ、気に入ってくれたかな？
It looks rad. Look at that. That looks great. In my palm rested a silver choker, but the design felt a bit unusual.
これ俺に
きっと似合うよ。露店で見つけた時ビビってきたから。
Interesting.
お前に来てもしょうがないと思うんだけど
Wait, isn't that... Is that the cross that is on the dialogue boxes? I feel like it might be similar. But it was a pretty nice gift, honestly.
高かった
まあちょっとだけね。
It probably cost somewhere between 20 to 30,000 yen. I felt kind of bad for getting something like this when it wasn't even my birthday. So that'd be like... Wait, if 10,000 yen is 100 bucks, that is 200, 300 bucks? How much is this worth? It's a piece of jewelry. Who spends that much on jewelry? Mortals. That's crazy.
早めのクリスマスプレゼントだとでも思ってよ。気にしちゃうんならお返しくれればいいから。
わかった
Yeah, it's too much since it's for Ren. Too true. Come to think of it, Sister Lisa said that Himura's birthday was on Christmas. That was still another 2 weeks off, but we'd have to buy our gift together beforehand. I was broke though.
とりあえずありがとななるべくつける
If
よ
we
うに
can
す
make it alive to Christmas.
今つけなさいよ。
Maybe. That could be it. That could be it. Kasumi wrapped her hands around my neck while holding the choker.
私がつけてあげるね。
Aww.
うん
Aww. What a lovely scene. Well, whatever.
あれこの
This is...
ちょっと動かないでね。あれおかしいな。これどうなって。
Cute, cute, cute indeed. Kasumi is cute. Simple as. She was so clumsy.
あいたお前髪の毛巻き込んでる
ごめん。でも動いちゃダメ。
It'd hurt like hell if she tore up my hair, and if I were to move my head down, then me and Kasumi's cheeks would be right on top of each other.
トアップかわいいね。
I could say the same about you.
なんでそんなに嫌そうな顔するかな。
男に可愛いは禁句なんだよ。
Oh yeah, Ren doesn't like being called cute because he used to be confused for a girl as a kid.
そうなの？でも事実じゃん。
くどいなお前も。
Sometimes I wondered if the creatures known as women knew any adjectives apart from cute. How much longer was she going to waste on trying to put a simple choker on me?
なんかいいね、こういうのも。
On top of that, she was staring right at my face.
その目ムカつくから閉じろよ。
やだ。目が閉じたら。
絶対嫌だ。
This is cute. Neither of them is gonna close eyes.
どうしてよ。
身の危険を感じる。
I sense danger.
いたずらとかしないからさ。
She has a lovely voice at moments like this.
それ 100% 嘘だろ。
Wait a second.
お前ちょっと今日おかしいぞ。何かあったか？
実は2日目なのですよ。
Wait, what? Wait. You're joking, right? Like that Ren's guess wasn't on the mark, surely.
アホか。
アホって何よ。本当のことなのに。
What?
本当ならなおさらそんなの公言するなよ。年頃の乙女が。
This is a confusing situation all of a sudden. This has turned into a difficult situation, hasn't it?
うわ、おさんくさ。
と思ったけど、やっぱりいいわ。乙女じゃないし。
何？
Man, we were not getting anywhere, no matter how long this went on. As Kasumi rummaged by the water, I pressed down her hands from above and set the choker on myself. I wouldn't know, MB. I wouldn't know. Wait, is that what being on the rag means? I thought being on the rag meant, you know, they'd been having a bit to drink. Oh! Oh! Is that what it means? Oh. I always wondered what on the rag meant. But yeah, I wouldn't know about periods. I wouldn't know you know, what kind of changes they bring. I haven't had much experience with them myself, you see. So it's a bit of a subject that I know absolutely nothing about. I just kind of leave that to the experts. Man, we were not getting anywhere, no matter how long this went on. As Kasumi rummaged by the water, I pressed down on her hands from above and set the choker on myself.
ケチ。
お前、やっぱりわざとやってただろ。
She just wanted to be close to you. Taking it slow, what in the world was she thinking?
でもそれ、やっぱり似合うよ。
そうか？
そうなの。似合わないものをプレゼントするほど、私センス悪くないもん。
Fair enough.
それでね、水星なんだって。
は？
だから水
It's
星、
Mercury.
星、マーキュリー。オッケー？
何が？
Kasumi's confusing remarks pretty much made a question mark pop up above my head.
それのデザイン。お店の人が言ってたけど、太陽系の縮
It's
図
a
なんだって。
miniature version of the
もう
solar
一回見て
system.
み。ね、そんな感じでしょ？
Oh! The dots? There's that red dot and then there's that black dot and then there's that big black dot in the middle. Is that Mercury? Does Mercury have two moons and that's what that is? Or is... Because it doesn't have a full set of planets.
まあ、言われてみれば。
I thought the pendant's ornament was a wheel, gear, or perhaps a clock, but upon closer inspection I realized it was indeed the solar system with 9 planets encircling the center. So it does have 9 planets, we just can't see them all at this level of resolution or something like that? Interesting. Unless the... No, they're not the spokes either. Or the flames. They've got to be the
だからそ
circles.
れに合わせて9種類のタイプがあるんだって。
Ah, there are 9
それ
variations
は
of the
その
pendant.
水星バージョン。
And this is the Mercury
へ
version.
え。
It wasn't the latest model, seeing how Pluto was still there, but I got the idea. I fiddled around a bit with the Mercury version around my neck. Well, Pluto isn't a thing anymore, Ren.
でも、なんで俺に水星なんだ？
Alas, poor Pluto. Interesting, considering he's the substitute of Mercurius.
ぴったりだから。
どこが？
I didn't recall making any friends with Mercurians. As I puzzled over the issue, Kasumi made us snort like she was hot stuff.
まず時間にうるさい。
You never shut up about
すぐ
time.
逃げる。足が速い。そして意外に手も速い。
Oh, this seems like a really cute scene. Pay attention. Pay attention closely.
水星はね、盗賊と旅人の星なんだって。あんたちょうどそんな感じ。
Was she trying to insult me?
私に内緒ですぐどっか行っちゃうとことか自覚してる？
一応。
なんか距離置いてる感じに透かしてて、ちょっと感じ悪いのは？
Wait, did Kasumi know about us leaving to go kill people?
素人微妙に怪しかったり。
おい。
Well, I mean, it's you know, it's because it's Mercury. It's Hermes. As you know, in Roman and Greek mythology, the planets are associated with the gods. Well, specifically Roman, I believe. So Mercurius is also the planet Mercury, and the the star in the sky, Mercury. So Mercurius, or Hermes, being the the god of thieves and travelers, naturally has the planet is the equivalent. Yes, Mars is Aries and war and whatnot. You've got Neptune for Poseidon. Or is that Uranus? No, oh, and Pluto is Hades. I know Pluto is Hades. Jupiter is Zeus. Venus is obviously Aphrodite, planet of love. And I don't know all the planets off by heart, I'm so sorry. But, yeah, there's a lot of them. So the solar system is connected to Roman mythology. And, thus it can be themed like that.
私をすぐのけ者にしたり。
それは。
何か悩んでるくせに教えてくれない？ちょっとだけ悔しいよ。
Oh, Kasumi.
Kasumi?
What had gotten into her all of a sudden? How much did she...
レン。私はあんたの味方だよ。辛い時は頼ってほしいな。剣道強いんだぜ、私って。
知ってるよ。
Regardless, there was no way she could match them. And not just her. No one, not Himuro or anyone, not even the police, could do anything to those freaks. So what the hell was I doing in a place like this?
私はレンの力になりたいよ。忘れないでほしいな。そこんところ。
Fair enough. Fair enough, I'll not apologize then.
だからね、それは戒めなの。勝手にいなくなるなよ、旅人さん。
Tabibito-san. She proceeded to finish that sentence by pounding her chest. I could have sworn she said something similar just the other day.
シロがさ、あいつがいなくなっちゃって。その上、あんたまでいなくなったら、私辛いし。
I agree. It's a great addition. Kasumi's really showing her A+ tier stuff.
つまり、これはそういうことなんですよ。いや、なんか恥ずかしいね、こういうの。
Look at this, look at this, look at this, mortals, look at this, 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 look at this. Look at that smile. Mortals. You know what we have to do. Protect that smile, mortals. Protect that smile. Protect it. It's so good. She's so good. She's so great. Seeing Kasumi make that bitter, embarrassed smile hurt, forcing me to instinctively glance away from her. Maybe I didn't have any right to say those kinds of things. As for why... No, don't think about it. I would never get her involved with all that. I had to put on an act. I knew that by all rights I should have avoided getting close to anyone in particular at this time. Hey T4 and 3. It's good to hear that you're almost free of your shackles. Yes, break free from the boundless shackles of fate.
約束するよね。
I couldn't just reject Kasumi here. I felt hesitant to completely discard the last remaining point of contact I had with my normal day-to-day life. That kind of reliance on others was endlessly pathetic of me. I was a human, not one of them. Kasumi was the one who allowed me to believe that, but if I let go of her, I wouldn't be able to ever return. Don't let go of her. Don't let go of her, Ren. Hold her tight. I wouldn't be able to feel the sunlight ever again. The last time I was made keenly aware of my idiocy, stupidity, and the foolishness was that incident with Shiro. As a man, I had to do everything I could to put on a brave face for women.
Ren?
I felt dizzy and nauseous. My vision slanted and blacked out. I felt intoxicated. To call it a daydream wouldn't do it justice. Oh no! You didn't! You didn't. You didn't. I could feel the fatigue expelling from my body as I began to faint. Shit, I had to.
おかえり。
I can't. I can't with this. Mortals, I can't with this. I can't. I can't. Mortals, I can't. I can't. Yeah, a lap pillow on a park bench. This is gonna be great. Nothing's about to go wrong. Nothing's about to go terribly wrong. I can't. Ren doesn't deserve this. Ren doesn't deserve this. Hold on, I'm gonna have a drink, but just... Guillotine girl, I love you, but there's a time and a place, and you can't do this to Kasumi. Please. Please don't do this to Kasumi. Please don't do this to Kasumi. Please don't do this to Kasumi. The emotional damage is going to be too high. Please don't do this to Kasumi. I felt the same as I did on the day of that nightmare, and it had to be now of all times. As the melodic voice of the girl filled my ears, my consciousness faded out. I hate this. I hate this. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Mortals, hold me. Mortals. Mortals, please. Just be with me for this. I don't think I could do this alone. Now then, let us momentarily chance upon one another at the boundary of dreams. A twilight beach. A closed world, eternally frozen in time between a sun and a sea of glittering gold. No one existed here. The ones who resided in this perpetually frozen space were neither humans nor were they even alive. Were they dead then? Was being bereft of life the requirement to linger in this world? Nay, even the dead would flux, change, wear away, and fade. If so, she who resided here remained an everlasting, unchanging nil. Existing yet not existing. A contradiction, yet as a result, a being eternal. One outside the boundaries of providence. A heretic from birth, ostracized and isolated for her deeds. Endlessly sinful, a pitiable, accursed girl. All qualities that made her beautiful. A divine shunned child, glad in gold, befitting this isolated realm. As a nigh-dazzling omen of calamity, she... That's Ren's voice! Such was her name. So we're not only Ren and Zarathustra, we're also Cagliostro?
今度の旅はどうだった？お土産話を聞かせてほしいの。あなたが見てきた世界の話を。
Wait. Or is it... Could it be that she's...
今でもあなたは旅を続けているんでしょ？
Is Cagliostro Mercurius?
ああ、そして君は今でも歌っているのだね。
I think Cagliostro might be Mercurius. I think she may have always been this busty. The being who addressed this blonde-haired girl was Enigma incarnate, like a shadow graph riddled with holes, if one had to present a suitable parallel. The tattered cloak he wore made him resemble a messenger from the netherworld itself. His features denied distinction between man and woman. In actuality, this being had no face to begin with. He held no purpose, no individuality, one who merely crowned himself with one of countless designations to be used as a name, yet lacked one that permanently defined him.
寂しくはなかったかい？ずいぶん一人にさせてしまった。私を恨んでいるだろう。
Ah, solidarity. Ah, yeah, because Ren didn't switch over to her for like a week. So that's Mercurius / Cagliostro over there on the left, and on the right we have Marguerite. I would normally be way more excited about this, but considering the circumstances, I cannot.
ただ怖かった。
I can't handle
もう
this.
あなたに会えないかもっ って思っていたから、また会えるって、また会おうってあなたは言ってくれたことがないのよ。
そうだったかね。それはすまない。私は流浪の癖がついてしまって、その手の習慣を遠くに忘れてきたのだろうな。
I can't give commentary at the moment. My mind is thinking, I'm worried about Kasumi, 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 I'm worried about Kasumi models. So even with the miraculous thought engine powering my brain, I literally cannot. I cannot.
それで謝罪の後に頼み事をするというのもいささか恥知らずな話なんだが。
歌でしょ？
ああ、よければここで聞かせてくれないか。私もまた君のために些細な遊びを用意した。陳腐だがそれなりに手間と時間をかけたのだよ。
Quills mangent de la brioche, the girl's companion declared it in a celebratory tone.
あの時彼女がそう言ってくれたように、歌劇の始まりを君に飾ってほしいんだ。
カリオストロ、何を言っているのかわからないよ。私は王妃なんかじゃないって。
She seems to have interesting eyebrows.
無論君はあれよりも上等だよ。長年にわたるさすらいを振り返っても未だ君を超える美は知らない。
私は誰にもそんなことを言われないのに。
しかり、それゆえにだよ。
Oh, that means let them eat cake. Interesting. So it's Marie Antoinette. Ah, yes. He's talking about the opera where he decapitated the queen and everyone else with the guillotine and all that.
誰も彼もが君を恐れ、憎み、直視をためらい、忌避を選ぶ。なぜか。それは君の美しさに絶望し、己の矮小さを認めたくないがためだよ。人は理解不能なものを悪と呼び、恐怖するようにできている。くだらん。実にくだらんね。そんな保身や虚栄を大義に、一体どれだけの輝きが失われてきたと思うかね。それは私が最も嫌う行いなのだよ。聞いてほしい、マルグリット。忌まわしき罰当たり後、神の呪いを受けし君。私はその美を信仰している。ぜひ我がオペラの主賓となっていただきたい。見返りとして君の呪縛を私が立って差し上げよう。以前の旅でとある友人ができたのだ。とても強く恐ろしく地獄の塊のような男だが、彼もまたある意味で美しい。その力を貸してもらう約束を私はすでに取り付けているのだから。
She's so pure and innocent that she doesn't understand. Or maybe, I don't know what it is. She is nuts. Freed of a curse, interesting.
それは怖い人なの？
Is he talking about Goldilocks? Because this is Mercurius.
ああ、怖い。とてもとても誰よりもね。私が今まで会った中でもあれほど凄まじいのは見たことがないほどだよ。まるで愛すべからざる光の君、我が生涯唯一の盟友だ。
What if Mercurius turns out to be the villain and it's Ren versus himself?
遠からず彼はゲットを抜けるだろう。ならばこそ君の呪いも解けるはずだ。聞かせてくれ、マルグリット。君はこのまま永遠にここで歌い続けたいのか？
わからない。
She's unsure.
でもここを出て何があるの？
それは私が答えるべきことではないよ。旅に出たいのか出たくないのか、知りたいのか知りたくないのか、もっとも君が望むなら私はあの太陽すら落としてみせるつもりなのだが。
You can't do this to me.
最近あなた以外の人がここに来るの。あれは誰？その人がやってくるとね、少し気持ちが良くなるの。
You can't do this to me. You can't.
なんでだろう。
What's the Kasumi situation? You can't just do this to me.
首をはねられても死なぬからではないのかな。 私といえども君に触れては無事に済まぬよ、マルグリット。だが彼は違うのだろう。君のつがい、あれを作り上げるのには苦労した。意中の女性へ捧げる贈り物としてなかなかいい出来であると自負しているがね。
Wait, what's Yab? What's Yab?
あの首飾り、身につけてみたいとは思わんかね。とても似合うと思うのだが。答えを急ぎすぎたかな。では質問を変えよう。君はあれにまた会いたいと思っているかね。会って話したいとわずかながらでも思うかね。
わからない。でも
気にはなると。よろしい、承諾したよ、マルグリット。ならば歌を歌いたまえ。甘く切なく思い人を求める歌を。記念すべき第一幕は悲恋の物語にしようじゃないか。
A tale of love blighted. How dare you do this to me, Mercurius?
私、歌は一つしか知らないの
Oh
よ。
boy. She only knows
そ
one
れでも
song.
いいの？
構わない。むしろそうでなくては意味がない。さあマルグリット、聞かせてくれ。
I'm
今より
quite
オペラを
not
始
good
め
with
よう。
this. I'm quite not good with this at
もう
all.
変わり映えのない永遠など続けていく意味はあるまい。
そうすれ
I'm not
ば
good with this.
楽しくなる？
楽しませよ
Mercurius,
約束で
Cagliostro.
きる？
う。約束しよう、アレッサンドロ・ディ・カリオストロ。君にそう名乗ったもののすべてにかけて。
A ripple ran along the shade, almost as if it was laughing. Two snakes stretched from its right hand and became entwined in a difficult to understand, describe otherworldly shape that could very well be a staff or a sword.
さあザラトゥストラ、我らが愛しの君がお望みだ。
The being raised its hands like a conductor as the girl began her song. His cloak then expanded to infinity, covering the sky, sea, and sun alike in darkness. Night descended upon that shore of eternal twilight, and the cogs of frozen time began to stir once more. With it, words, like a spell chanted, reverberated across that gradually blackening realm. Verum est sine mendacio certum et verissimum. 'Tis a truth like no other, one that stands above all else, banishing all remnants of doubt. Quod est inferius, est sicut id quod est superius. For they who stand at the top differ in no way from those at the bottom. Et quod est superius, est sicut id quod est inferius. And indeed those that dwell below are much like they who soar above. Ad perpetranda miraculare unius. In the end, they all exist for but a single purpose: to erect the foundation of a miracle. It's not that fluid. There's a lot of errors. I'm not good with Latin. He was Asva, the wandering Jew, he of many names and of a life spanning eons. Not Lolly, did you predict this? Because that was before this showed up. Now it's very relevant. The shade-like spellweaver's voiceless recital endured.
ではこれより今宵のグランギニョルを始めよう。
At this point, I am going to straight up Google what Guignol is. Puppet. It's French for puppet. Drat. Or wait, is it the name of the theatre? Yeah, no, the Theatre of the Great Puppet. Okay, so it means great puppet. Grand Guignol means great puppet. Great. Just great. No! Not this track! Seizure warning. Sprinting. Dashing at impossible speed. Far surpassing the limits of high power output exhibitable by living beings. The fastest animal on land was the cheetah, at 120 kilometers per hour, but this was easily going 3 to 5 times faster than that. That swift, raging gale of a being soared faster than the naked eye could follow, ultimately looking invisible when viewed through the filter of common sense. Despite its humanoid appearance, the being's sheer speed would no doubt make anyone reconsider whether or not to call it human. And it wasn't merely running fast. It left blossoming flowers of blood in its wake, wielding an invisible blade with a range of several dozen meters that slaughtered all living creatures in its path. Oh no! Kasumi would have been at the start point. Ah! None were spared. Men and women, the young and old, animals and children. All were indiscriminately massacred using the exact same method. Decapitation. That whirlwind of death was like a giant guillotine, beheading all in its path. Her arms, spread like wings, would slay all those caught in her embrace. For this was no weapon, but an instrument, existing only to execute. Created for the sole purpose of killing, it held no other role. A weapon's essence could shift depending on the wielder's intentions, yet this one remained unchanged due to its sheer simplicity, its identity the same in anyone's hands. Ah! As such, to find it so thoroughly without peers in the art of murder was no doubt a natural consequence. However, that being was currently under pursuit. A giant, lance-like stake from above blew up a passing car, yet mysteriously enough, the accord, pierced by the telephone pole-sized stake, turned into a rusted heap of iron moments before it exploded. Its passengers aged into mummies before they could even burn to death. Rusalka? That's not Rusalka. Standing atop the stake, thrust into the ground like a gravestone, was a man with fluttering long hair and a face as pale as grave wax. A system of strung up like vein-like lines rushed up the stake and spread throughout the man's body from his feet. He absorbed it all. Gasoline, water, blood, all the nutrients of the stake's victims, as well as the souls they required to function. Okay, so it is Bay and he's a vampire. Wilhelm sneered as he watched his prey continue to run without stopping. It's animated! Yet another stake bore into the asphalt, one that Wilhelm used as footing to dash forward. He was not even half as fast as his prey. Yet despite that, the sheer difference between the length of their steps was enough for the ivory demon to rapidly close the distance. All those dozen or so meter-length stakes were growing out of his feet, acting as extensions. Though his own body was the size of an average man, a single step from him could cover a colossal distance. He's walking on stakes, mortals! Naturally, he did not look back upon whatever he crushed under his feet, for in Wilhelm's eyes, humans and their creations were equal to mere insects. Not a single murder had occurred this week. The popular spots of the town, adorned by bright lights, attracted many a visitor even at such an hour, and by now they all indiscriminately fell victim to the guillotine and the stakes. High casualty count! Ren, you screwed up! The bridge was stained crimson with blood. Ironically enough, that illuminated carpet of vermilion found not a shred of its radiance tarnished, and instead possessed the ghastly kind of beauty, and then within that landscape something else that could be called both nightmare and sick jest occurred. The very earth trembled, a series of profound sounds shaking the very foundations of the bridge. Oh, it's a double! It's a double! Rusalka has a chariot! It's a double thing. I thought Rusalka was there with the aging power, but it was a wheel. That was the only way to explain it. That 5-meter wide object chased the being in front of it as the sinister spikes ate into the asphalt. The absurdity and irrationality of the device, mowing down humans and cars alike, grinding them into ruts, could no longer simply be laughed at. The wheel, wrapped up in screams and fresh blood as it rotated faster, was a colossal instrument of torture reminiscent of the tools used in the days of the Inquisition. A girl stood atop it like a torturer emerged from the depths of hell. We done screwed up! I think she doesn't care, to be honest. Rus-chan. Her tone carried a mix of joy, excitement, and scarlet cajolery. Oh, it's because it's Zarathustra they're chasing. So they're like, oh hey, screw you, Mercurius. We're gonna look down on you this time instead. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Why did Mercurius have to be so damn unpopular? Now we're in a real pickle. Ah. After she wheezed out her next words. However, you're not gonna get... Oh, God, no, no. The Naxreza spread out in all directions from the tracks left behind the wheel. It covered the bridge in a flash and devoured every last corpse and every wrecked car, leaving nothing behind. So she does do cleanup. The act was absurd and extreme beyond belief, silencing all witnesses and destroying the evidence in a single sweep of one-sided genocide. One-sided genocide! Sounds really... It rolls off the tongue, one-sided genocide. Indeed, once the scale reached that level of absurdity, any man of common sense would be hard-pressed to label this phenomenon as anything other than inexplicable.
お前も毎度ご苦労だな。細かすぎると老けるぜ、マレウス。
そう思うなら少しは気を使ってほしいわね。
The Crimson Witch and the Ivory Knight continue to lay waste to the streets, spreading carnage while concealing everything in their path. In sharp contrast to those extremely lurid acts, their conversation was one of a graceful stroll. Kasumi was out at night! One inhuman being pursuing the other. Common sense had long since breathed its last, with all those bound by it dead. It felt more like a step into another dimension. From the very air they breathed to the smallest speck of dust on the ground, the place had transformed into a battlefield of supernatural entities commanded by rules far removed from the shackles of the ordinary. The two pairs of eyes, each glimmering in a wicked light, finally closed in enough to perceive their target's back.
追いついたぜ。そこ動くなよ。
ちょっと痛いけど我慢しなさい。
On that order, a stake about as wide as an adult's waistline shot out of Wilhelm's right palm like a cannonball, while a bundle of chains, armed with rivets, jetted out of Rusalka's shadow all at once. That's not good. Would their target be skewered, or would they be caught and ripped in two? Naturally, they did not believe this would be enough to finish their prey off. They were up against a substitute of Mercurius, their former vice commander. Even if their prey made a mistake, it probably wouldn't be enough to kill it. And then, if said prey could actually be taken out this easily, it would have been completely useless to their purpose to begin with. If their prey was just going to die, it would do well to die fast. They would never allow powerless, inferior scum to be part of the glorious Obsidian Round Table. In that sense, all their attacks were dead serious. They were still on yet zero degree, a level below their true power. But this is below their true power? But other than that, their dance of death remained devoid of even the tiniest speck of restraint. A normal person would die instantly. An attack from a weaponized Arno would slay all, even spirits without bodies. Humans, demons, or gods, it mattered little. They would exterminate all that stood in their path. No method that existed that could nullify a strike from an Arno wielded by war demons like them. As such, they anticipated the following. Their prey would survive, but would not escape unscathed. Even if it poured its entire being into defense or evasion, their prey would sustain a grave injury. And when that moment came, the pair would seize the opportunity and capture it. Other than being a tactically sound plan, they most likely had no other way to keep their target alive. However, the last thing they expected was their prey to see two attacks that could certainly kill anything they hit, and take them head on without even trying to dodge. That's interesting, but I don't know, because it seemed like she didn't absorb the fence, but aged it, and aging seems to be the power. I wonder if the chains are just representative of her aging shadow. I have no drink. I have no drink, mortals. It's only been an hour since I last got one, so we got to soldier on for at least a bit. To counter a pursuer without so much as considering evasion or defense was an act that went beyond mere recklessness and into the realm of sheer insanity. Who on this planet Earth would seriously prioritize wounding the attacker instead of trying to dodge the bullet? The Zarathustra would. However, that counter, bordering on sheer madness, was enough to send Wilhelm and Rusalka flying back a few dozen meters, placing them out of shooting range. Their previous attack ended up being less than effective too. Their target may have been injured, yet that applied to the two of them as well. Unlike their foe, who had prepared for this outcome, they'd taken unexpected damage. It's a cross-counter? In other words, if one were to look at this situation objectively, they lost that exchange. Hydration reps are important. Well, then I will probably... Okay. Mortals, I'm just gonna... I seriously... I'm gonna go refuel. 5 to 10 minute break. Thank you for your understanding. Alright. Okay. I'm back, but we're just gonna chill for a little bit, because I said 5 to 10 minutes. So if anybody, you know, wanted to also take a break, you can take a break obviously at any point during a stream. That's something very important that one must learn. I used to be really bad about it when watching live streams, about ever, you know, getting up and, you know, grabbing a drink or something. I'm much better about that now. But when the stream is taking a break, it's a real opportune time to do so. Yeah, hold on, let me just move myself down a bit. I had to, yeah, this is real hard on the throat, mortals. I don't think we're going to be going as crazy long as, we're definitely not going to go as crazy long as last time, because there's a Koopa and Congo collab that I gotta be there for. I gotta watch. Which should be in a couple hours. So yeah, the idea is to run for no more than 5 hours. So we still got a lot of ways to go. Want to get some good dice irae in. Your throat is forever ruined thanks to tobacco. Oof. Oof. That's, I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. My condolences. I've had weird views on smoking my whole life. Because at the same time, so it seems really bad for your health, but also, a lot of people look really cool when they do it. I would never do it myself. After all, I can simply breathe in the ash and smoke of hell itself. Man. Smoking is just kind of, it's weird. It's weird that it's such a big thing. All right, we hit the. I think we just have now. We're about to hit the full 10 minutes. Also, I love how it's my chat box seems to mute whenever Rare Rodent does the interval or intermissions with the arrow brackets. For some reason, it stars it out. It senses it. Yeah, I blame my anime role models too. Wolfwood from Trigun looks so cool with a cigarette in his mouth. Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy. Okay, so I have my drink. We have this. Am I using a custom CSS? No, it's just whatever the default comes in with Streamlabs. I tried to get it to not. I didn't add in any extra stuff for it to censor. So I have no idea what's going on with that. Ideally it would censor nothing at all. But I have no way of... I think I've got it as much as possible for that. So, we just cross-counted. They could no longer catch their target. They've been given the slip. No other way to put it.
肉を切らせて骨を断つか。あんまり好きな思考じゃないわね。この国の価値観に毒されちゃったのかしら。どう思う？
I'm also not very tech savvy, so I have no idea what a CSS is.
知るかよ。
These two. Wilhelm's begrudging tone and demeanor hid very little of his rage at being humiliated.
野郎も無傷じゃねえ。今夜中に片付けてやる。
分かってるわよ。こんな目に遭わされて黙っていられるものですか。
An injury inflicted by an Arna was no ordinary wound. The concepts accumulated within them over countless years turned both into a curse and a lethal venom. In fact, its sting was even more effective against wretched foes like them. Rusalka's face warped into a wry smile. So they've been injured.
痛いわ。私、泣いてしまいそうよ。
Now that's one hell of a pose.
耐えられない。
Conceptual attacks already, yeah? Oh, you bet that we're going to those power levels.
ベイ、あなたもそうでしょ。
Those power levels, for sure.
こんな痛い思いなんて、この60年してなかったから、どうしていいかわからないわよ。
Wow, she hasn't taken damage for 60 years. Impressive.
痛いよな。だがよ、マレウス。
A long-forgotten sensation. It may have felt good to effortlessly slaughter thousands, but this was the true essence of waging war. They felt the tension and exultation that only a battle to the death, with each side's entire being on the line, could offer. After having gone so long without a worthy opponent, they appeared to have almost forgotten what it meant to put their lives on the line. The glamour and glory of the battlefield, the spark of a dying flame, following a clash of souls. Ah, the sheer beauty and ecstasy of it all. How grateful they felt to be once again reminded of it. Even scorching pain would be a nectar most sweet to them.
感じさせてもらおうぜ。まだ始まったばかりじゃねえか。
そうよね、ベイ。まさか、あの子だとは思わなかったけど。
Her head is on my head, right, like on our body right now, Ren's body. Wilhelm and Rusalka, who had already gotten used to opening their so-called third eyes, a type of vision differing from normal sight, during each battle could easily discern a person's identity without even looking at their face, by examining the color of their soul. Furthermore, the color they spotted in vivid detail was one of sinister magic, with a series of vicious and indiscriminate slashes being launched in all directions from its epicenter.
発動箇所は体の末端。射程は20メートル弱で近いほど威力が上がる。典型的な融合型の力任
Oh
せね。
damn, they've already
パ
analyzed
ッと
it.
見はあなたに似てるわ。
でもそれだけじゃねえだろうよ。野郎のエイビヒカイトは一人だけ趣旨が違う。なんせ本家は
Wait, does that mean he made the Ewig kites?
まあ、どの道捕まえればはっき
And
り
what
す
is
るか。
and what exactly is different between an Ewig kite and an Arnab?
行こうぜ。
Or is oh wait no, Ewig kite is our Arnab, I think? Wilhelm and Rusalka commenced their pursuit once again, their regenerating wounds emitting red smoke. Not a trace remained of the carnage and destruction that took place upon the bridge. The dozens of citizens killed tonight would no doubt be dismissed as simply having gone missing. Normal people, by nature, couldn't hope to comprehend inhuman principles. Nor could they understand its suffering. It's cold, freezing, and it hurts. Its thoughts scattered into disorder, left at the mercy of a torrent of negative emotions, like someone caught drowning in a venomous ocean's whirlpool. In the end, it could no longer maintain its sanity. Or rather, where did sanity end and insanity begin? If the ability to restrain oneself was the sole determining factor, then one had no choice but to say that it had been insane from the start. It wasn't driven by a desire to kill, it didn't wish to, but neither could it stop. Why was that? It could no longer distinguish between the objective and the subjective, almost as like it possessed multiple heads. It was freezing, and it hurt, tremendously so, no doubt a natural result of having been submerged in the cold winter waters yet. By the time its face broke the water's surface, the pursuer's presence had already faded. It had successfully shaken them off. It began to swim pathetically, panting like a wild beast. There was no longer any feeling in its arms, not due to the cold, but rather that frenzy from earlier, straining its limbs to the extreme. With slender hands that looked like they could barely hurt a fly, it sliced apart numerous people and cars, then fought 2 others. It vomited up blood. It didn't appear to have external injuries, but the chills that accumulated in its gut, like mud in a ditch, wouldn't go away, nor did the pain, for that matter, which felt akin to a molten hot chain wrapping around one's legs. They were all the after effects of its battle from a short while ago. Wilhelm and Rusalka, their attacks had left a curse that smoldered still in its body, leaving it in a state where even swimming proved a toil. Suffering and agony, it pushed away through the waters that felt as heavy as mercury before finally reaching the wharf. Why did the tears refuse to stop, trickling ceaselessly down its cheeks? Were they out of pain, fear, or joy? With the answer nowhere in sight, it clawed up the wharf with enough strength to knock off its nails, creating cracks in the wet concrete. The act went beyond superhuman strength, entering the realm of outright inhuman. That power whispered. This wasn't enough. Cut, 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 cut! More, 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 more. It crawled its way out of the ocean, laughing as if stimulated by that very voice. This wasn't enough. It had to cut more and more. It had to devour more and more. It had to sacrifice more and more. He needed to get strong, so she had to pull her weight. She would be his strength. She would help him. That wish meant everything. She could think of nothing else. But when and why did she begin to think that doing this sort of thing was okay? Oh my god.
なるほど。
Arnherbs absorb souls, and they get more powerful the more souls they absorb. And Ren wouldn't kill people, so Marguerite is killing people to power up Ren. God damn it.
つまりカドケウス。頭が2つで必要に応じ首から上が切り替わる。
Hold on, Leon Hart has figured out where
This
This is the first I've heard of it, but it makes sense. They're caduceus, the two-headed snake, where one head replaces the other when necessary. God damn. Don't tell me Mercurius is also Asclepius.
すっかり騙されましたが、これで全て説明がつく。問題は
Oh, you don't know what caduceus? Caduceus is not a real snake. To explain. Caduceus is a it's used in the it's a symbol used in the medical field to this day. Have you ever seen a staff with two snakes, you know, entwined around it, and also some wings? That symbol is the staff carried by Hermes in Greek mythology, and consequently by, you know, Hermes Trismegistus in Greco-Egyptian, and like it's all over mythology. It's also, and caduceus gets mixed up with the rod of Asclepius, which is one serpent entwining around a stick used by the Greek god Asclepius, associated with healing and medicine. So yeah, you'll still see it on in symbolism and like a whole bunch of, yeah, just it's used everywhere. The point is, it's really cool. So we're caduceus. So not only are we Zarathustra. Okay, so hold on. Zarathustra refers to Ren, and caduceus is both of us, both Ren and Marguerite at the same time.
あなたはどう
Well,
思い
which
ま
is
す
the true head?
さて、正直迷うところですね。
The sickening sound of breaking neck bones, Valeria Trifo wore a faint smile as his companion stomped on the security guard she had knocked out, robbing him of life. So Leonhardt just killed the dude? We're just
だが
gonna
どち
ignore
らに
that?
せよ、すぐに答えが出るでしょう。
Ah, the Ouroboros.
Minasai.
Well, obviously the most popular, the mythological snake, is the, you know, the snake from the Garden of Eden.
これが彼らの聖遺物。
This is their honor. It appears they have yet to fully assimilate it. It is only a matter of
そ
time.
れも時間の問題でしょ
So
う
the
ね。
guillotine is literally the guillotine that is physically there is literally their honor. So while the second head is active, while Marguerite is active, this guillotine has blood on it. Look at that. Interesting.
はい。
The blade of the guillotine on display was now soaked with blood. No doubt it belonged to
同
tonight's
調が進んで
victims.
います。予想より早かったですが、もう餌は足りたということでし
Things
ょ
are
う。
really accelerating.
まあ、ここは11年前、キルヒアイゼン教が倒れた場所でもありますからね。彼女が集めた魂を上乗せしているのかもしれません。であれば、数的な問題はない。これでおそらく、一つ目のスワスチカが完成する。
Oh boy.
殺し役の方は、
But what
先ほ
about
どベイと
Kasumi
マリオスが
though?
接敵しながら取り逃が
Is
した
she
そうですよ。
okay?
彼らの性格上、素直に言うことを聞くとは思えませんが、こうなると連れ戻した方が良さそうですね。
では私が。
いいえ、ここは私が何とかしましょう。あなたが言っては余計にこじれかねないし。
Yeesh.
ああ、そんな顔をするものではありませんよ。
彼らは優秀な兵士ですが、それゆえに積み上げた年月を誇りに思っているだけです。この60年で副首領閣下を超えたという証を立てるのが何より大事なのでしょう。
Why did you have to be so
だから
unpopular?
流
I'd
行
be
る気持
curious.
ちを抑えられない。
Why?
何にせよ結構ではないですか。戦いに身を置く者としてその気概は大事です。どの道競い合いはしなければならないのだし、私はそれを全力で行えるよううまく場を整えるのが仕事です。あなたに手伝わせてしまったのは不徳の致すところですが、それもしばらくの辛抱ですから。
So this is probably going to be some sort of
ここ
battle
にスワス
royale
チカを
deal.
完成させ、ハイドリ秘境らを呼び戻す。副首領閣下もそのために己の代理を使わしているのでしょうし、ここは静観しておきましょう。
The Dio of the group.
術の発動条件が私の予想通り
Which Dio?
どうせすぐに戦となる。
If the prerequisites of the spell's invocation are as I suspect, war shall soon be at our doorstep. You mean VLR, don't you? That Dio. Interesting.
わかりました。でしたらゲイ君、私は事の顛末を見届けてきます。
Love that game.
それから
Love me some Zero Escape. It's my favorite one. After throwing a glance at the dead security guard at her feet, she went on in a low tone.
この処理もしておきますので、なるべく自重してください。あなたも本心では暴れたくて仕方がないようですから。
確かに。
The priest freely sounded a chuckle of self-mockery. He then produced the cell phone from his pocket, a truly unsuitable item for this place, and began dialing.
私です。そちらの様子はどうですか？ええ。はい。なるほど。それは頂上。でしたらあとは。
Noting that her conversation with the priest was over, Kay moved away to pick up the body.
申し訳ありませんがシュピーネ、あなたの裁量でベイとマレウスを抑えてください。私からの命令だと。
So Spine is going to get involved now.
そういうことで構いませんので。
So Spine had arrived as well. Considering Wilhelm's claim that he'd take another 2 or 3 days, he seemed awfully fast. Still, perhaps that had all been according to the plan. Well, whatever the
いよいよ
case,
きな臭くなってきたわね。
Kay began to walk off, leaving the priest behind to keep talking cheerfully on his phone. She couldn't completely trust Spine, but he would likely stop them if ordered. With Wilhelm and Rusalka temporarily out of the way, this proved to be a favorable opportunity for Kay to act independently. The substitute of Mercurius, vice commander of the Longinus Dreisen Order. It would probably be best for her to confirm its awakening. The clock had struck midnight. If she hurried, she would have just enough time to make it. Oh, she's gonna go
約
after
束
us.
するよね。
How many hours had it been since I hesitated over that question? When I came to, I was lying on a park bench. What had happened? Why was I all alone in a place like this? Checking the time, I found it was already 20 minutes past midnight. 2 hours since I last done so. It couldn't be. How did that happen? I forced my brain to operate at full power in an attempt to make sense of this whole situation. Ah, right.
かすみ
Where was she? Looking around, I found the place completely deserted. You had to be kidding me. It was almost like... The moment I attempted to stand, I felt pain akin to an electric current rushing through my entire body. All my muscles creaked for some reason. I honestly had no idea why. It shouldn't have been related to sleep. I mean, it felt like I'd abused my power past its limits. She's not gonna be just at a vending machine, guys. This is serious. Did that mean that I ended up doing the same thing as before? Which meant I robbed Kasumi of her?
いや
That couldn't be true. No. I did no such thing. Like hell I could ever kill Kasumi. She had to be okay. I was certain of it. There was no blood around me and her screams could wake the dead. I obviously would have been no
そ
exception.
うだ
I'd find her. I didn't know why she was not here, but it was probably related to the fact that I fainted. She must have gone to call for a doctor or something. That had to be it. It was not entirely nice of her to leave me all alone in a place like this, but this was my fault. This was all my fault. I'd find her as quick as I could, convince her I was okay, put up with her usual antics and lectures, and then go back home. That was all I had to do. No big deal. We could then return to our usual day-to-day lives. So I had to stand. Ren himself was not here. Ren fell asleep on this park bench and woke up on this park bench. But as we know, Ren gets decapitated, and then his head is swapped out for Marguerite's. So he wouldn't have been at this park bench while Marguerite was tearing up the town of Zarathustra as Caduceus. I had to stand. Shouting that to myself, I spurred my creaking body to stand up. How far could she have gone in the 2.5 hours I had spent blacked out? Despite feeling like I was just about ready to fall over, I started staggering forward. My thoughts were assailed by white noise, my sight scrambled by a sandstorm, my head felt like it could split open. I kept ignoring the creaking in my body only for my brain to start boiling. Now I couldn't even think straight. What kind of places would Kasumi go to? What were the closest hospitals? No, first of all, was there a more efficient way to look for someone? I wasn't in some historical drama. There was no need for me to run around town like a headless chicken in order to find a missing person. Here in the 21st century, we use the simpler and more set method. Call her on your phone. So I used that right here, right now. Seriously, what kind of dumbass was I to pretend not to know about it? I mean, that made it sound like I was scared of seeing her, right? Scared of Kasumi? Seriously? Scared of that stupid and helplessly simple childhood friend that I'd grown to treat more like a sister than a woman? We were talking about the same girl who came over every morning to wake me up of her own volition, would always cook meals for me that were neither amazing nor inedible, and was both extremely clingy and frank. Why would I ever be scared of seeing someone like her? I was being ridiculous, absurd. This anxiety was completely unwarranted. I needed to just do it and get it over with. Enduring the splitting headache, I slowly lifted my still trembling hand. All I had to do was stick that hand into my coat pocket and pull out my cell phone. Then I'd call her and everything would be fine. Hearing her usual lively voice would put an end to all this. So why? Why was I hesitating this much? What was I so scared of? I hadn't harmed Kasumi at all. I would never do that, not even if heaven and earth turned upon themselves. But the fact that it was my instincts and not my rational mind that was rejecting this meant that meeting Kasumi would put me, and not her, in danger. Yes! Agitated by that train of thought, I slammed my forehead into a streetlight with the kind of force that could very well split my head open. Sparks flashed before my eyes, followed by the sensation of lukewarm blood flowing through me. God damn it! So I wasn't just dreaming all this. That shock wiped all the white noise out of me. The sandstorm, too, had begun to vanish due to my blacked-out vision. Calm down, calm down. I had to calm down and fast. In any case, my senses had returned to me. The numb pain spread from my forehead to the rest of my body, gradually jolting my bodily functions awake, as I sluggishly reopened my eyes. Oh. Rain? Looked like it began to rain at some point. I didn't notice up until now, but my whole body was drenched. I must have been lying there here for quite some time. I gripped my cell phone and began to reflect as the rainfall cooled my seething brain. I'd been through many strange things over the past couple of days. The relationship between the nightmares and the killer. A guillotine, severed heads, splattering blood. Though I witnessed someone getting killed, there was no blood covering my surroundings. Strange. Objectively, it lacked any sense of reality, like I was watching a movie. It was an uncomfortable sensation, like I was looking through someone else's eyes. It is a terrible day for rain. What was Kasumi Ayase doing during that time? Dropping tableware, a morning where she was unusually understanding, her unnatural training regimen, the destroyed training dummy, the bent bamboo sword, her dumbfounded face, her violent behavior. Physical strength that no woman could exhibit, slender arms only a woman could have, the abnormality of all this only occurring when I fell asleep. There were many hints, yet I was stupid enough to ignore every single one of them? What is this? Sakurai, Rusalka, Wilhelm, Zarathustra, the swapped head, two heads, intertwined, influencing the other, yet never facing one another. Much like the sun and the moon, light and shadow. When one awoke, the other fell into slumber. One moved while the other's will came to the surface. A disassembling of individuality, an extremely convenient system where one controlled the other without either ever realizing their own acts. Caduceus, the staff of intertwining states. In other words, that meant
殺す役と食らう役が二手に分かれていたということ。
the role of executioner and devourer was split into two.
サンが殺してあなたが魂を蓄える。
Carried out the killings while I
結
gained
果
the
強
souls.
くなるのはあくまであなたで、彼女はそのための道具に過ぎない。なるほど。吸血鬼と下僕の関係によく似ている。
Okay, how are you doing? You're in uniform.
お見事。実に趣味が悪くて手段を選ばない策に私は感激しているわ。まさか一つの生異物に複数の使徒をスト
I'm
ップ
not
する
happy about this.
少なくとも私たちには真似できないわね。副首領閣下の力にコンプレックスを抱いているベイやマリウスなんかには認めたくなかった事実と言える類でしょう。
I'm not happy about this. Sakurai. How long had she been there? As I lay on my knees, she simply looked down on me, her expression bereft of sympathy or
という
emotion.
ことだから藤井君、あとはあなたの好きにしなさい。
何？
言ったでしょ、この鬼ごっこ1回戦目は私たちの乾杯みたい。勝者のあなたは堂々と景品を受け取ればいい。私は祝福しているのよ。負けず嫌いの年寄りたちがつまらない劣等感にこだわりすぎ
Oh,
るの
now
は
you
迷惑
show
だっ
up.
たし、
Now you show us a smiling
これで
side.
ようやく
Ugh.
まっとうにゲームを始めることができそうだから。実際あなたがまだ弱い時に苛立った誰かが暴発するというのが一番良くない展開だったの。新参者の私以外はみんな副狩猟閣下を病的に恐れていたから。ネズミを捕まえるのに象打ち用のライフルを持ち出しかねない。
I'm not happy about this.
そういう意味でこの展開は理想的。どうしても弱い時期ができるならさらに分裂させて弱すぎる域にまで落としてしまう。そうしておけ
This
ば
wasn't his
まずこちら
design,
のレーダー
Ken.
に
You
かからないから。事実私もベイもマレウスも一度あなたを見逃している。怪しいとは思っても確信が持てない。そうして後手を踏んでいるうちに分けたものを一つに戻してそれなりの域に上げてしまう。ほんともう一度言うけど見事な手並みね。私たちの気象を理解した上で手玉に取ってる。だから
待てよ。
I interrupted before Sakurai could babble on any
い
longer.
きなり現れてさっきから何言ってるんだお前。俺は全然意味が。
わからないなんて嘘。もう気づいているんでしょ。ぼっとしてないで携帯かけてみればいいじゃない。景品もあなた
You
が来るのを待っているわよ。
bitch!
涙ぐましいじゃない。いつもあなたが寝ている間にあなたを強くしようと手を汚してくれるなんて。たとえ操り人形だとしてもそうそうできることじゃない。
私はあんたの味方だよ。
What? What?
まあ初めて会ったあの時はあなたも無遊病していたみたいだけど。
辛い時は頼ってほしいな。
No, 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 no. Hold on a second.
それ自体深いところじゃうすうす感づいていたっていう証拠なんじゃないかしら。彼女のことが心配で無意識に眠ったまま後を追ってしまうくらいなんだし。
Wait, I don't.
結果時が来るまで隠れ蓑に守られているべきあなたが私たちと接触したのは
No way. No,
まあ
no, 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 no.
イレギュラーといえばイレギュラーよね。本来ならあの時怖い目に遭うのは彼女の方だったはず。
私はレンの力になりたいよ。
You can't do this to me, game. Dice irae, you can't do it to me.
そう考えると多分殺し役はいくらでも替えが利くのね。ベイやマレウスがやりすぎて殺しても次の夜には新しい首切り役人が誕生している。あなたはそれを自分が出張ることで未然に防いだ。自己犠牲愛ってやつかしら。
I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on. I can't comprehend this.
今だっ
It
て
doesn't compute.
若干のダメージを共有しているみたいだし。察するにその直前起きてる時に二人の絆を確認し合うようなイベントでもあったんじゃ。
Punch her. Right now.
勝手にいなくなるなよ、旅人さん。
黙れ。
What the hell was she even saying? She looked so smug when she said it too. Just who in the world was she
言っ
talking
たで
about?
しょ。わからないなんて嘘。認めなさいよ。1たす1は2になるの。
Normally I would be right there with you T4 and 3, but at the
それを否定するのは
moment I'm
バカな
too worried about
こと。
Kasumi. Then
俺はバカでいい。
バカが相手じゃ困るわね。あなたそんなことでまさか私たちが殺人犯の退治に来たとでも思っているんじゃないでしょうね。別に誰が何人殺そうが知ったことじゃないわよ。私たちはね、戦争をしに来たの。そのためにあなたが欲しい。だから乗ってもらうわよ、藤井君。もうあなたにとっての日だまりなんか上の意向次第ですぐに開戦となるかはわからないけど、 遅かれ早かれあなたと私たちは敵対する。そのために最低限力をつけてもらわないといつまで経っても勝負が実装できないじゃない。
I'm very upset right now.
まずは景品を受け取って2になって3になって4になって5になって、そうしてくれないと私も困るし。
How long did she plan to keep on rambling about this
お前
bullshit?
の事情なんか知ったことかよ。
じゃあここで1のまま死ぬ。何度も言うけど私以外の年寄りたちはコンプレックスの塊よ。あなたがコンマ1以下でも叩き潰して自分が上だと証明をしたがってる。この先こんな絶好のレベルアップチャンスがそう何回もあるとは思わない方がいい。あなたに甘い生産杯芸家だって塩を送るのはあと一度くらいが限度でしょうね。私はともかくベイやマレウスが絶対に暴走する。そうなった時多分標的はあなただけじゃ済まなくなるわよ。
What are you babbling about?
彼女も当然その中には含まれていて、
Everyone around me would be targeted by those
この
psychos.
町が地図から消える。
黙れって言ってんだろ。
Hit her! Though I made an attempt to grab her, Sakurai gracefully dodged it, putting some distance between us. She then heaved a bored sigh before continuing her monologue in a tone of indifference.
それを止めたいなら早く2になってしまえばいい。あなたがそうなることで彼女も普通に戻るだろうし。男の1000倍特許じゃない。女から奪い取ってものにするのは
What are you talking
私たちが
about?
種に気づいてしまった以上もう二手に分かれている意味はない。これから先はあなたが一人でやればいい。彼女のことを思うなら
I...
殺し役をさっさと
It can't
廃
be-
業させてあげなさい。それが終わるまでは浮気しちゃダメよ藤井君。抱きしめるなら私より彼女が先ね。
What the metric hell are you talking
ちょっ
about?
と焼けるけどそこは譲るわ。だってあの子あなたが1週間も禁欲なんかしていたせいで暴発しちゃったんだから。追いかけて抱きしめて慰めてあげないと。男が
Ordinarily, I would
好きなも
agree
の
with you, but right now this is a very upsetting situation.
じゃあ頑張ってかっこいいとこ見せてちょうだい。
待て。
I reached out for her again, but Sakurai vanished before I could grab her. Judging from her final words, she wasn't going back, but rather to keep watch somewhere, apparently.
くそ。
I have... Listen, mortals, I have a feeling about what's going on, but it is so dramatically wrong to my soul that I can't share it with you. The hell? What made her think she could just spout off whatever crap she wanted? What was all that shit about a prize or whatever? Seriously.
くそ。
I nearly smashed my cell phone into the ground, but managed to rein in my anger at the last second. It's a euphemism. It's a euphemism. The sex is a euphemism in this case. Right, Sakurai didn't have to say anything. Deep down I'd already noticed her strange behavior as of late. Still, I couldn't just accept that. If I was to label her insane, then saying that I was crazy seemed a far more reasonable answer. Kasumi was sane. She was different from idiots like Shiro and me. I believed that, wanted to believe that. And that nature of hers was exactly what made me treasure her more than anything else. Game, you can't do this to me! So I couldn't just throw this cell phone away. If I broke it here, it'd be like I was admitting I was scared to find out the truth. That would be an offense, and above all, an insult to Kasumi. I had to put an end to this particular situation to protect her honor. I gritted and ground my teeth hard, causing blood to pour out of my mouth. I dialed the number Kasumi gave me earlier, while getting irritated at my finger for shaking from the cold. Shaking. From the cold. It was from the cold. Come on, hurry up, please. Just pick up already. If I can just hear your cheerful voice, I...
くそ。何してんだあいつ。
Growing impatient, I broke off into a run, the cell phone still ringing in my hand. By doing this, I'd know when I was getting closer to her. This late in the night, the sound of rainfall was the only thing filling my ears. Where was she? Where did she go? I wanted to see her face and hear her voice to tell her I was okay. I dashed through the streets in the rain for several minutes, my clothes completely drenched. The minutes I spent like this could have been either much longer or shorter than how it felt. I'd grown so impatient I could no longer accurately grasp the flow of time. What would I say when I found her? How would I look at her? How was I supposed to act? Could a guy of so few words and feelings like me get across my emotions properly? My body cooled, heat left me, and my breath turned white, and my heart raced with impatience. I kept panting and running, only to trip up in a puddle of water. I fell pathetically to the ground. I placed my hands on the ground in an attempt to stand up, but my hands were so slippery from the water that it was hard to do. If what Leon Hart said was true, Kasumi is the second head of the Caduceus. That's what's up. Damn it, what kind of water was this? All sticky and smelly and heavy like mud. My clothes were dirty, my hands a mess. What was this eerie sensation, this unsettling color, this red, blood-like... Why wasn't this a dream? This was neither a hallucination nor an illusion. I wasn't deluded, and I certainly wasn't just imagining things. The scent of rusty iron, particular to blood, pierced my nostrils as I heard that familiar ringtone. What the hell? Was this some kind of a joke? If so, I wasn't laughing! If this pool of blood all belonged to one person, then why was her cell phone right next to it? She must have just dropped her phone around here by accident. She had always been surprisingly clumsy and careless, so that had to be it, yeah. She was probably freaking out about it right now, wondering where she had lost it. That had to be what happened. Man, she was such a handful. Oh well, I figured I'd just take it with me and bring it back to her. I had already grown used to being a victim of her clumsiness anyway. Thanks to that, it'd be harder to find her. Ah well, in for a penny, in for a pound. I'd search the entire city all night if I had to. Screw tomorrow's classes. But I had to find Kasumi's phone first. It was probably lying around in those bushes there, no doubt about it. That had to be it, yeah, absolutely, no doubt at all. But even though I desperately wished for that to be the case... The last morsel of hope I still had left was shattered by her voice, its echo filling my eardrums and cranium. Only one thought still remained in my mind. God damn it! Hi, Kasumi. Only one thought remained in my mind, that there was no God. Even if there was, he'd probably long since died, because if he was still alive, I'd kill him with my own two hands! Why did something like this happen? Why was I seeing this? I felt like gouging out my own eyes, wanting desperately to erase this memory. To me, at the very least, this sight felt equal to the most maddening of nightmares. Dull eyes, a blank expression, a stiff body, my childhood friends soaked in blood and rain. Who was that random person lying there without a head? My voice sounded like someone else's, and though it trembled ever so slightly, it remained blindingly clear. About as clear as this whole situation. God damn it. God damn it! God damn it! No, that's no one. It's nothing and no one. I can't. Mortals, I can't! I can't! I don't have it! The ability to show you my feelings right now. There's no face I can make. It's like my heart has been rendered apart. It's been crushed and slashed into a million pieces. Someone had died. They'd been murdered, thoroughly and relentlessly, no doubt about it. Kasumi stood right next to them, her whole body wet with spurts of blood. She was carrying a severed head in one hand. No matter how one looked at it, there was only one conclusion to be made. If you... Kasumi returned my unbelievably stupid question with a blank stare. She tilted her head to the side, causing the one in her hand to wobble. Yes, she's alive, mortals, but at what cost? What have we done to her? The more I talked, the more I wanted to die. Something not even I believed could never work as my trump card. I felt self-loathing well up in my chest with every word I uttered in a desperate attempt to deny the situation. God damn it. It had already been set in stone. There was nothing I could do about it. Setting this to her ringtone was genius, by the way. Absolutely genius scene design, but also, why do this to me? How could you do this to my heart? If she has a root, if this is salvageable, I will walk through fire and ash for her. You have no idea, mortals. We have to save her. Kasumi Ayase was the killer, but still. But still. So what? I knew her well. Kasumi Ayase was Ren Fuji's childhood friend. She was not someone who would kill dozens of people. Even if her hands had been tainted, I didn't believe that she could ever do that out of her own will. According to Sakurai, she was akin to a marionette used to provide me with souls. Experience. A puppet. No. The alternative was that we were the killer. But it's worse. I don't think you understand what happened. We're the killer. But we used Kasumi as a puppet, as a marionette, for her to do our bidding. We were the puppet master. We took our tomboy childhood friend and made her kill and kill and kill again and kill and kill and kill again for us. For us. This. Laws didn't matter. Morals didn't mean a damn. I wouldn't let anyone in this world blame Kasumi. She'd done nothing wrong. On my scales, protecting Kasumi's individual life weighed 1,000,000 times heavier than the chagrin of the murdered or the pain and sorrow of their bereaved families. They could go to hell for all I cared. The living mattered more than the dead. If I didn't protect her now, another decisive push would be all it took to send her falling. So I stopped dialing Kasumi's number and took a step forward, my guard completely down. I saw no reason to be on alert, and yet... What? Something invisible sliced into my cheek. The finale of our prologue draws nigh. I have offered this opera to both my sworn friend and beloved. Go now, my substitute. Become the lead actor, and dance upon its stage to your heart's content. What just happened? There were about 5 meters between Kasumi and me, so we couldn't have touched each other physically. And it wasn't like she had thrown anything either. Don't make me do this! Don't make me do... Don't make me do this. And yet there was blood pouring down my torn cheek. The pain I felt for but a moment was no doubt caused by the sharp blade of sorts. How in the world did... No, the bigger question was why of it. Why did Kasumi... Don't even joke about that! Robbing a woman of what's hers is a man's special... Oh, you... Kay, you wench. Sakurai's voice replayed in my head. In other words, I had to stop Kasumi while she was still in this state and prove myself to be the master? I gained some distance between us by instinctively dodging the invisible thing, but the chaos enveloping my mind had yet to let up. I thought it was Guillotine Girl was our second head. I didn't think it was Kasumi. We gotta get her out of this position. Sakurai urged me to claim it for myself. If I was to take those words at face value, she probably meant that if I had to render Kasumi powerless. And I would have loved to do that, even without having to end up in a situation like this. A single glance at Kasumi's dull and focused eyes made it clear she was in a trance. The fact she attacked me in a state like that could only mean that she was being controlled. Unless I cut her strings now, she'd just start killing again. At the very least, I had to prevent that from happening. But how? Yeah, we just have to give her a hug. It's gotta work. Kasumi sluggishly raised her right hand with the same blank expression as before. No. Another invisible slash. Once again, I relied on my instincts to leap away, but ended up receiving a slash to the chest this time around. And it didn't stop there. 4 more slashes followed. I couldn't quite confirm this due to their invisible state, but a direct hit from the decapitating slashes that merely grazed me for a moment before would no doubt kill me instantly. Ah! No, I think it's because she... I don't know what's going on. She doesn't want to kill us, but she has to do this because she has no other choice but to kill. From its vicious ferocity, lethal prowess, and an odd obstinacy to constantly aim for the neck regardless of the angle. I concluded this blade to be that of a guillotine. Much like the one in my dream, it was an instrument of executions that existed for the sole purpose of beheading its victims. I kept rolling and avoiding the decapitating blade, finding myself cornered by its incessant barrage of slashes. The slashes, traces of which I felt on my skin, seemed haphazard and disorganized, hardly something I could attribute to a diligent kendo student like Kasumi. That, however, made them difficult to predict, and I soon found my body whittling down with each slash I failed to dodge. But she has the honor. How are we supposed to fight her? Even if we could fight Kasumi, how would we do it? It doesn't make any sense. Each burning, freezing, and numbing slash that hit me sent me another step closer to death. Surges of unnaturally intense pain ran through me. They were clad in deadly poison, which meant they weren't simply cutting my flesh. They reaped and devoured something far more basic, something fundamental for all living beings to exist. As such, even a mere graze would continue to rob me of life without halt, ultimately resulting in my death. Ah, they're taking your blood. Amidst the maddening of pain and fear that made me want to scream, every single drop of falling rain felt like a storm in itself. But no matter how much pain and fear I endured, that self-centered reason would not drive me to back down. And at this rate... I can't look at that face! I can't look at it. I can't look at it. Kasumi gave me a curious look when she realized that I'd stopped moving. There was no doubt that I'd die instantly if she attacked now, but I shut out my fear with all my might. For my heart burned with feelings far stronger than that. Those were my true feelings, nothing else mattered. If only I hadn't seen it on that fateful day. Kasumi shouldn't have gone through any of this. She should have been enjoying her normal life the same way she always had. She did nothing wrong. She was sane. She simply ended up drawing the short end of the stick by getting caught up in this situation. So that must have been what triggered it, because we were at the museum together. And I was supposed to attack her for something like that? I couldn't use magic, superpowers, or hypnotism. If I was to render Kasumi powerless in her current rampage, all I could do is punch her or something. But I couldn't bring myself to do that. The one who put Kasumi through all this pain was me. So I couldn't resort to violence with her, no matter the reason. If my death could bring Kasumi back to normal, I would gladly bite off my own tongue. And this wouldn't end until I stopped her? Screw that. There was no way in hell I could do that. Not a chance. Ren. I wanted to believe that her lack of response to that meant that my voice was getting through to her, that she had lost her willingness to fight. What was wrong with having the naive hope that she'd go back to normal once I reached out my hand and touched her on the shoulder? Even if... It resulted in this. My right arm was cut from the space between my middle and ring fingers all the way up to the tip of my shoulder. Oh, it was cut lengthways. That's not a good look. I needed to hold back my screams. Men weren't supposed to make a fuss. This pain was nothing. I took it as punishment for worrying all this time without ever noticing what she was up to, like a total dumbass. No, this was nowhere near enough. Ah, yeah, indeed. But this spoiled idiot needed to take responsibility for his actions. Be a man. Be a man. Hug her. Agreed. Any bastard that ran away from this pain and fear was no true man. I was annoyed to be agreeing with her, but I'd come to realize what I had to do. I would get right up to Kasumi without hurting her or fear getting hurt, then embrace her. I didn't expect to earn her forgiveness with just that, but unfortunately, with my brain all out of whack, that was all I could think of. I'd be damned if I let this end the same way it did with Shiro. I wasn't going to lose anyone else. The dearer you held something, the more painful it was to realize you'd never get it back once lost. Holding the wrist of my torn right arm, I slowly stood up. I had already lost a severe amount of blood, but none of it mattered. I took a step, and another. Completely ignoring the flying invisible blade, I began to approach Kasumi. Even if my arms, legs, and even head were sliced off, I wasn't gonna piss my pants at the sight of this fake guillotine. If I was its true master, then it had no place acting like it was better than me.
女を盾に取るような真似してないでかすみを離せ。俺の方に移ってこい。そいつは何の関係もないだろう。
Right as I said that,
どうして
Kasumi abruptly began to mutter something.
なんでいつもそんなこと。
She spoke in such a quiet voice I had trouble picking it all up. But her tone carried energy too. It felt nothing like the monotone manner of speaking she'd used up until now. She raised her chin, looked into my eyes, and...
どうしてなんでいつもそんなことばかり言うのよ。
Did we do it? Did we do it?
どうしてレンは私に気を使ってばっかり。
Well, for the same reason you're always so considerate of me, considerate of him, Kasumi. Like, come on. Think about it. You guys love each other.
やだよ、そんなの嬉しくないよ。
Kasumi uttered the words like in a delirium, but her voice was steady, a hint of a smile on her lips. Her eyes were still as hazy and lifeless as before, her expression lost on the boundary between sanity and madness. I don't think we did it. I don't think we did it. I think we may have not done it.
ねえ、そんなに私空気読めてないのかな。大事なところで
Yes, I agree, it is so bittersweet. I'm dying.
私じゃ役に立てないのかな。私にできることはない
You
のか
don't need to kill for me.
私があんたを助けることってできないのかな。
This is Kasumi's true feelings, but I feel like she's still nutso.
ちょっとだけ悔しいよ。何か悩んでるくせに教えてくれない？
Were those her true feelings?
シロいなくなっちゃったし、レン態度に出さなくてもきっと辛いんだと思ったから、私頑張ろうと思ったんだよ。だからいつも考えてたの。
God
ど
damn
う
it.
したらレンは喜んでくれるのかな。
God damn it.
どうしたらレンは笑ってくれるのかな。
I'm so...
態
I don't know
度
what to feel.
よそよそしいんだもん。冗談でごまかしたって。
But you can tell, right? It's so obvious.
私をすぐのけ者にしたり。そんなの
You don't need to kill
やだよ。
people. He already loved you.
すみ。
He couldn't have existed without you. The decapitating gale died down. My body might have stopped receiving wound after wound, but her words pierced my heart like a spear.
シローの時と同じだよ。関係ないって私に何も教えてくれない。ねえ、どうして？
That wasn't something I could answer, because I felt it was something she couldn't get involved with. I'd never once taken her presence lightly, ever. Quite the opposite. It was because I valued her that I...
同じだよ。私いつも悔しかった。
God damn it.
私はいつも蚊帳の外に置き去りで、シローとレンが羨ましい。
俺とあいつはお前がそんなこと考えるような。
それでも羨ましかったの。形なんかどうでもいい。ただ特別なんだってことが羨ましいの。憧れるの。私もそこに入りたかったの。
Damn it.
だから頑張って頑張って頑張って頑張って。
God damn it!
でもどうしていいかわからなくてわからなくてわからなくてわからなくて。だったらせめて私は自分にできることをやりたいって。何か一つ何でもいいから私にしかできないことでレンの力になれたらいいなっ
God
て。
damn it.
ずっとずっとあんたが入院してから今までずっとそんなことを考えてたらね。
God damn it. Kasumi sounded like she was about ready to break down in tears. There was nothing wrong with anything she'd said. She simply worried over not being able to find a way. Most people were like that. There was no easy way to tell what the best possible choice was in a given situation. Therefore, you consider foreknowledge supreme. As Kasumi wondered, lost and confused, which path of the unknown she ought to take. I don't know. I think she's been aware of it somehow, but on a weird level. The mechanics of this I'm sure will be explained, but at the moment this is just such a revelation. As Kasumi wondered, lost and confused, which path of the unknown she ought to take. Something extraordinary. Something that should have been left alone. Something no child of man should have lent an ear to. Flooded into the crevice of her heart and mind like a venom.
私こんなになっちゃったよ。
We did this to her. She was the person who believed that a sword was used to protect others. How many people has she killed? How many people have we made her kill? God damn it. My vision wavered, my breathing stopped. I found myself struck with the urge to rip my heart out of my chest. My rage had reached a critical peak. I gritted my teeth to the point of breaking them, causing cracks to spread all across my jawbones. I couldn't forgive myself for driving her to this state. And likewise, I couldn't forgive this powerlessness of mine. And so I made a heartfelt wish. A wish for power. Power that could save her. Oblivious to what that truly meant.
私今ならレンの力になれるよね。
She unleashed another decapitating slash. It approached the nape of my neck, rushing up from the lower left. I could clearly make out the trail left by the path of its slash from start to finish. I didn't dodge it. There was no need to. For this had belonged to me from the very beginning! I had to claim it for my own, in order to ensure that Kasumi never did something like this ever again. And so, what I heard next was not the sound of cleaving flesh, but that of Kasumi's astonished grasp. The invisible guillotine soaring through the air evaporated a split second before it reached my neck.
なんで
Once again, the invisible blade soared towards me from every angle imaginable. Left, right, diagonal, or above, all at pretty much the same time. Its only aim, my exposed neck. We're doing it.
そう
In all honesty, I did nothing. But for some reason, the blade wouldn't reach me. I wasn't doing it consciously. I didn't try to make it happen. But right now, for some reason, as if it was completely natural, I caught the flash coming from the side with my slashed right hand. But my arm was not severed. Instead, the wound closed up around the blade, melding with it.
なんでどうして
I had no idea. However, there was one thing I could say for
お前
sure.
にこれ以上そんなことをしてほしくないんだよ。力にならずっと前からなってるよ。お前が分かってないだけ。
Yes!
俺ずいぶん救われてる。
You finally bloody told her! Yes, Ren! I wasn't lying. In particular, her presence over the past few days kept my mind stable. She was the symbol of the hopelessly boring yet wonderfully mundane day-to-day life I held so dear. A ray of sunlight I never wished to be robbed
お
of.
前がそこにいてくれないと俺は帰ってこれなくなる。だから頼むよ。お前はこっちに来ないでくれ。わがまま言って悪いけどそうしてくれなきゃ。
Wouldn't be able to fight those freaks. Regardless of what it took, I wouldn't be able to teach those bastards a lesson for laying waste to our day-to-day lives.
じゃあ
Once Kasumi was up close, she looked up and into my eyes before continuing. And just for a moment, I saw a look of self-mockery on her face.
私はやっぱり蚊帳の外ってことじゃないの。
The moment she uttered that, all strength left her body. I reached out, catching her before she could fall.
なんかもうバカみたい。
Bakamitai. We've got her. We've got her. Mortals, we've got her. Our bodies were cold, perhaps due to the continuous downpour. Yet the little warmth that did reach me felt wonderfully beyond expression.
本当こんなことになっちまって許してくれとか言えないよな。でも大丈夫だから心配するな。 あとは全部俺が絶対なんとかするから。
レンのバカ、結局全然分かってないよ。私あんたが一人で無茶するのどうして譲ってくれないかな。
仕方ないだろ、勝負なんだ。
I knew it to be a cliche, but I couldn't help but feel like this was the nature of men. They were cowards who would try to act tough, put on a show of false bravado, play it cool, and even take a bullet for a girl. I couldn't let it be the other way around. I couldn't accept someone like that as a man, nor would I see any value in their lives. In the end, we found no answer for the endless argument between Kasumi's dissatisfaction and my wish. But the one thing I could say for a fact was that above all else, we both shared the same fear of losing that which we cared about. In that case, I had but one thing to do. I had no idea if she'd believe what I was about to tell her, given how many promises I'd broken until this point, but saying that, making a sworn oath, was all I could do right now.
絶対俺戻ってくるから。お前はなんていうか留守守っててくれると助かるな。
もう
This is the best he can do, I guess.
勝手なことばっかり。ほんと面倒だよね。だけどそんなレンだから。
Kasumi's voice sounded peaceful now, almost like an evil spirit had been exorcised from her. Hugs did save the day, I'm so glad. As I held her in my embrace, I felt something from her body enter mine. It flooded into my cut right arm, sealing up the wound like it was driving a wedge into it. I felt the sensation of a foreign object entering my arm, the sensation of receiving power coupled with the dread of no longer being truly human. More importantly, I was relieved that Kasumi no longer had it. I had no more reason to worry. Kasumi was no longer involved with this.
絶対勝手にいなくならないでよ。
Thank God.
約束だから。
This came completely out of left field. At first I thought Kasumi had been injured by our second head, but then it turned out she was the second head of Caduceus, and I'm... This story has really just toyed and torn my emotions. It's toyed with my emotions and it's torn them. It's been bad for my heart, mortals. As Kasumi finally lost consciousness, I firmly embraced her body. So I would never forget her warmth, so I would never lose this resolve. Tonight I had obtained power and stepped out of the sunlight and into the shadow.
そして彼と彼女はつがいとなった。
My childhood friend fought the modern-day Nazis for me. Well, she mostly murdered innocent, women, children, and elderly. And thus the two of them were
喜
joined.
んでもらえるかな、マルグリット。そして我が親愛なる獣殿。
Mercurius, I'm going to punch you so hard in the goddamn face, you have no idea.
これより彼は私の代替として機能する。このシャンバラにスワスチカを完成させ、怒りの火を演出する。
Oh, a story from her perspective about Ren's fight starting now. Oh, interesting. Ha! Yeah, that is what. But that would make her the protagonist, wouldn't it?
まあもっともいささか善とは頼んである。
Mercurius, if I could deck you, I would deck you so hard right
こ
now
れ以
that
上
you
の
would
介
be
入は
thoroughly and
薄
utterly
いやろ
decked.
うし、
Decked, I
私は
say.
おとなしく観客に身をやつそう。差し当たって問題があるとすればクリストフだが、
素晴らしい。
あの男もまたどうして私の好みに合うか。
実に有意義。これで第一のスワスチカが完成し、副資料閣下の穴も埋まりました。
Oh, I'm coming in the 2D
準備
realm
はおお
after
むね
him.
整ったと言え
I'll
るでしょう。
chase after him.
ああいや、しかしまだ早いしまだ甘い。あとほんの少しだけ最低でも形勢を覚えるくらいにはなっていただかないと
We need
困
to
るので
we
す
need to
が、
attain Yetzira.
どうでしょうねそのあたり。
He can't be safe from me in the 2D realm. I won't let him be. Trifa clapped with excess enthusiasm as he beheld the guillotine. The blade had vanished. The priest was bleeding an unnatural amount of blood from his hands, feet, and flank. He wasn't injured. No, this was his stigmata, a type of infectious spiritual ailment caused by a higher will. Wherein lay the cause of this phenomenon? True, the police was breeding in the exact same places as Christ during his crucifixion, yet Trifa himself was by no means a sacred man. Furthermore, the museum air was stagnant with something sinister, something indescribable. For instance, indeed, like a burnt field left behind by a bombing that robbed hundreds and thousands of their lives, the stench of death, not unlike that of abandoned battlefields, lingered heavily in the air. Perhaps calling it a swirling mist of miasma would be a touch more apt. No man possessed of a sane mind would wish to remain here for any longer than a handful of seconds.
レオンハルトの報告次第になりますが、場合によっては間を置かず次のスワスチカを起こすことになるやもしれません。となれば誰を捧げるのが望ましいか。正直私もそろそろ馬鹿し合いには疲れてきているのですがね。
Blood kept trickling down from his wounds without halt, spreading all across the floor. The amount he had lost would no doubt kill a lesser man, yet not only did the priest exhibit no signs of collapsing, he stared ecstatically at his own stigmata. This was an oath, something to be proud of. The marks of submission inflicted upon his flesh by the lance of Longinus howled in the night, for it was a sign of loyalty carved into him by their lord and master, the Golden
この
Beast.
うずき、いずれハイドリヒ教がお戻りになられる。
God damn, that'd
そ
be
の時
crazy.
醜態を晒さぬよう気を引き締めてまいりましょう。何せ61年ぶりになるのですから、不手際があって処刑されてはたまりません。
The priest reverently made the sign of the cross, the way his words were uttered, betraying a touch of intentionality.
主よ、彼らに永遠の安息を与え、絶えざる光もて照らしたまえ。褒め歌を捧げるはシオンにてふさわしく、主への請願はエルサレムにて果たされん。我が祈りを聞きたまえ。生きとし生ける者、すべては主に帰せん。彼らに永遠の安息を与え、絶えざる光もて照らしたまえ。
His requiem broke the silence. Whoever the addressed may have been, one thing remained clear and evident, that the miasma blanketing the place grew denser and denser by the
今宵
seconds.
はここまで。
Good, get out of here, Trifa.
さあ忙しくなります。
I want to see how
面
Kasumi's
白
holding
く
up.
なります。
I want to see how Kasumi's holding up
前
before
座
we
は
end.
これで終わりました。
I need to see it.
楽しみましょう。歌いましょう。踊りましょう。力の限り。ちわくちわく。胸が高鳴る。では一刻も早く次なる手を打たなければいけませんね。
Turning around, the tall priest left in a hurry. His inability to restrain laughter likely a sign that war had, at long last, come to the town of Suwahara. And so, I carried the unconscious Kasumi back home. I doubted I even understood a tenth of what exactly happened to us tonight. The fog of mystery still remained. A time might come where all was made clear, but it'd be more pragmatic and logical to get what I do know straight, rather than think about what I don't know. So what I did know was that the culprits behind the serial killings, it was me, Kasumi, and whoever was controlling us. The beings Sakurai and Rusalka referred to as Mercurius. Could he possess others through occult means, or did he possess some kind of magic to control others with? I had no clue, but anyway, he chose me. And now that I'd become like this, I vowed to at least make good use of it. I wouldn't let anyone lay another hand on Kasumi. I wouldn't let her get involved with this again. Strictly speaking, Kasumi seemed to have killed over a dozen people, but this was no longer a matter that could be solved by simply turning herself in or seeking atonement. This has already grown into a bigger problem than that. What happened to us went beyond the boundaries of what the law or mere common sense could resolve. If I harbored any hope of solving this problem, I had to leave behind common sense. Unless I broke its chains, I could never face off against the beings that existed beyond its boundaries. I would cast aside common sense, breaking free of the world I'd been a part of up until now. It was hard to explain with words, but I'd come to realize exactly how I was supposed to accomplish that. Sakurai, Rusalka, Wilhelm, I would drive them and the rest of their soon-to-arrive comrades out of the city. No exceptions. I would rid Kasumi and myself of their sight. Given my current state, that had to be at least possible. A monster against a monster, irrationality against irrationality, fighting fire with fire. I may not have liked it, but this was unfortunately the only way. That said, I did by no means regret my choice. Yes, we're going to do it. She didn't need to know any of this. I wouldn't let her go through anything as terrifying or dangerous as that ever again. That's a tear, isn't it? It might just be sweat, but I think it's a tear. One could call that self-righteous, but I didn't give a damn about justice or morals. Kasumi meant a lot to me, far more than the lives of strangers. I wouldn't let anyone take her. I'd shoulder all of this by myself. All of the danger, all of the fear, all of the sins, and all of the punishment. So she simply needed to take a step out of this world and back into our old one. I'd take care of everything on this side of the equation.
そしてちゃんと帰ってくるから。
She could take that as a promise. I had no intention of letting this messed up situation destroy my world. The reason why I'd live, why I wanted to live, was because...
お前がいて、先輩がいて、つまらない学校があって、うざい悩みとか不安があって。
That hopelessly boring yet wonderfully mundane day-to-day life that meant the world to me. I wanted to return to those days, to live in that world. I wanted to grow old and die like any other person. And in order to one day return, I would now leave it behind. So I would really appreciate it if you could keep your eyes closed for a little while.
レン、ここどこ？
No such luck.
お前の部屋だよ。
I never thought it would be this hard to make myself sound as normal as
体
possible.
調平気か？お前いきなり倒れたんだぞ。こっそり酒でも飲んでたか？
私、倒れたの？
ああ。連れて帰るのに苦労した。
そうなんだ。ごめん。
気にするな。
She really appeared to have no memory of the murders. Thank God. That is such good news. In the end, she was like a subunit compared to me. Now that the power had been transferred to me, she no longer possessed those excess memories. Thank goodness. I could at least be grateful for that. I couldn't let her bear the burden of having to live with that. I'd shoulder it all in her stead.
ねえ、なんか前にもこんなことがあったよね。シロがいなくなっちゃう前に、レン、あの時と同じ顔だよ。何考えてるの？
別に。
It was nothing. No big deal at all. Just something really, really, really stupid. Much like back
お
then.
前脱がして着替えさせたの俺だから、そこらへんどう言い訳しようか考えてただけ。
Oh, he did do that. Looks like she'd finally noticed.
バカ、見たな。
Oof.
悪い。でも雨降ってたから服濡れてたしな。
I got rid of her bloodstained clothes. I'd buy her the same outfit and put it in her closet, and she'd be none the
しょう
wiser.
がなかったんだよ。多めに見てくれると助かる。
ありがとう。レンなら気にしないよ。
そっか。
Ren is going to protect this smile. He's going to wage a war for this smile.
ちょっと恥ずかしいけどね。
You're a man. Looking at the feebly joking Kasumi's face felt like a dagger in my heart. All my crappy acting did was give her more pain.
もう寝ろよ。それでなんだったらお前しばらく学校休め。
平気だよ。心配性だな。
お前に言われちゃおしまいだ。
Despite cracking jokes, Kasumi soon fell asleep. She looked genuinely exhausted.
安心して寝てろ。
Her nightmare had come to an end. She wouldn't have to worry about a
あ
thing.
とは俺が。
After balling my right hand into a fist, I opened it again. My wound had now completely healed, leaving behind only a strange sensation. My arm felt heavy as steel, but my bones neither creaked nor did I experience even the dullest sensation of pain. I knew, not through reasoning or logic, but sheer intuition that my arm now sheltered a guillotine. It could decapitate people with ease, and so... A burning sensation of pain flared up in my neck, one akin to being cut by a blade. I understood in an instant that this served as the so-called proof of our contract. I ran a finger along my neck, and could tell, even without a mirror, exactly what had happened to it. A decapitation scar ran across my neck, the very same mark of the guillotine the girl had. Oh, it's a good thing he's got the choker now to hide it. Because otherwise this would be a real pain to cover up. Seemed like I'd have to cover it with a scarf for a little
利
while.
用したければ利用してみろ。こっちもそうするつもりだからな。
Naturally, my declaration elicited no response. I was simply fortifying my resolve. Tomorrow would mark the beginning of my life in the world of the extraordinary, and I was determined to make sure I survived whatever it decided to throw my way. I am running on fumes. This has tossed me. Damn it, Sonikind is in here and wrote Spin as well. Only Gotts, Hrotviner, and Samiel, not to mention Mephistopheles, isn't here. Oh damn! Zarathustra's now in the Mercurius slot. That's what's different. Zarathustra is now in the Mercurius slot. He has gathered. Swastika 1 of 8. Chapter 3, End of the Nightmare. End. Whew. Nope, that's it. That's it. Nope, hold on. All I can do is say this. Yeah, almost exactly on the hour. Alright, so hold on. We're just gonna... Let me mute that for a second. Go over to this screen. Close that. And, there we are. Right. There we are. Okay, so right. That was Dice Irae. That was Dice Irae. For about another 4.5 hours. I hope you all enjoyed it. Mortals, I cannot begin. Oh, mortals, I'm so glad you were here with me. I'm so glad you were here with me. I would not be able to have the revelations of Kasumi, if I was reading this on my own, it would have broke me. I would have had to get up and leave and just suffer for a while. But we push through and she's gonna be okay. She's going to be okay, mortals. The Masada verse? Oh no, it's another Nasu-verse situation? What have I gotten myself into? Oof. But yeah. We did it. We are protecting Kasumi's smile. Hugs have saved the day. I'm just so glad that you could all be here with me, mortals. I'm so glad. Thank you. You guys are the absolute best. I couldn't ask for better mortals. So, that's all the streams for this week. There's a schedule. I still have to make a schedule, but I think I might be busy on next Friday, so we might actually have to skip Dice Irae for a week. We might have to wait 2 weeks for it. But I also wanted to make time for a Marshmallow stream if I get enough questions to fill one. You know that I put it on my Twitter, and that's it's that service that lets you ask those questions to a VTuber, and then I'll answer them on stream if we get enough. I've already gotten a couple already that look rather nice, so I'm looking forward to it. And I also want to, I don't know, kind of make it kind of a celebration of just coming this far, because we've gone for 3 weeks, so it'll be our 4th week, our first month. So I always look forward to my streams, but we'll see. So I might I don't know about putting it on Sunday, 2 days from now, but we'll see. It depends on how many questions I get. Anyway, I've rambled on for long enough. We've hit the hour mark. So thank you all for coming. Your company was excellent. There couldn't be better people to read this VN with, and all that jazz. I hope you have a lovely rest of the day, or just a simple rest, whichever it is. Farewell.